Call the regular meeting of the Ames City Council for May 12th, 2020 to order. And before we begin, I'm going to read a statement. In that it's impractical to hold an impersonal Ames City Council meeting due to the governor of Iowa declaring a public health emergency occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic and the governor placing limits on the size of public gatherings. This meeting is being held electronically using a Zoom platform as allowed by Section 21.8 of Iowa Code. Anyone who desires to provide input on any item may do so as a video participant by going to zoom.us/j/826-593-0523, or you may join us by telephone by dialing 312-626-6799, and our Zoom meeting ID number is 826-593-023. Or optionally, you can go to cityofames.org website, and underneath Government, Mayor and City Council, and City Council meetings, there is a hot link that you can join the meeting via Zoom. If you are on Zoom during the meeting, all participants will be placed on mute. If a participant wishes to speak regarding an item, they should use the raise hand feature. This can be used by the menu options for video users or for phone users by pressing *9. Participants will be unmuted one at a time to provide their comments, and if on Zoom, their name, or if on the phone, the last 3 digits of their phone number will be announced to indicate that it is their turn to speak. We ask that you state your name and address for the record before beginning your comments, which should be limited to no more than 3 minutes. Once your statement has concluded, the moderator will mute your microphone once again. The meeting may also be viewed live in the following ways: on youtube.com/AmesChannel12, or on our website /Channel12, or on Mediacom Channel 12. So this evening it's my pleasure to read 2 proclamations, and the first one is for Peace Officers Memorial Day. Whereas the police officers of Ames have worked devotedly and selflessly on behalf of the people of this community, regardless of the peril or hazard to themselves, and whereas these officers have safeguarded the rights and freedoms of all in Ames, and whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their police officers, and that officers recognize their duty to serve the people of this community by protecting them against violence and disorder, by safeguarding life and property, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. And whereas these men and women, by their patriotic service and their dedicated efforts, have earned the gratitude of the city of Ames, And whereas the service and sacrifice of Ames Police Sergeant Howard Snyder is eternally honored at the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial and the Iowa Peace Officer Memorial. Therefore, I, John A. Hala, Mayor of the City of Ames, Iowa, do hereby proclaim May 15th, 2020 as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of the federal, state, and municipal officers who have been killed or disabled in the line of duty. This is done in recognition of the service given by the men and women who, night and day, stand guard in our midst to protect us through enforcement of our laws. And it's my pleasure to introduce Commander Tuttle, who's going to share a few words and I believe share a few photos relative to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial. Commander Tuttle.
Well, thank you, Mayor and City Council, for the proclamation and for honoring our staff and other officers around the country. We're thankful to work in a community where we receive great support. Even through the pandemic here over the last several weeks, we've had citizens bring in food and cards and balloons. And so we feel very honored by the support that we have in our community. We feel very honored to serve here. And so in 2015, we have some photos. We were able to travel to Washington, D.C. with Sergeant Snyder's wife and his daughter to celebrate his service. And so his name has been eternally placed on the National Law Enforcement Officer Memorial Wall in Washington, D.C. And so every year at this time in May, we do honor those officers who paid that ultimate sacrifice. So again, we're thankful for all the work the community does to support us. We're thankful for the officers and their families for the dedication that they provide to our department and our community. Our officers go out there every day and night, and their families stay at home wondering if they're going to come home with them. So we're thankful to have great spouses and kids and families at home that support us. And we're so thankful to work in a community that every day shows their support and their love for us, even during the crazy pandemic that we're living in.
All right. Thank you, Commander, and we do appreciate all the efforts that your police force does to serve our community. So thank you very much. Did you have some photos that you're going to share with us, or are not going to be able to do that tonight?
We sent them to the media specialists. I'm not sure if they'll put those up or not, but we'll put some on our Facebook page.
That'd be good. All right. Thank you, Commander. Appreciate it very much. Okay, moving on to the National Public Works Week proclamation. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities, and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Ames. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals, who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, stormwater, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the United States of America to gain knowledge of and to maintain progressive interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public work program in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2020 marks the 60th annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Therefore, I, John A. Hala, Mayor of the City of Ames, Iowa, do hereby proclaim the week of May 17th through 23rd, 2020 as National Public Works Week. I urge all of our people to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in paying tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. And I might just add that we have an outstanding public works staff, and we greatly appreciate all their efforts on behalf of the Ames community. Okay, we're going to move on to consent agenda, and council, if you would indulge me, I'd like to pull item 8 this evening. And are there any other items that council would like to pull tonight? Hearing none, entertain a motion of approving consent, less item 8.
So moved. Second.
Garden moved, Corriere seconded. Roll call, please.
Betcher.
Aye.
Norton.
Aye.
Excuse me. Garten.
Aye.
Judy Hansen.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Junk. Aye. Thank you. And I know I went out of order, but thank you.
I think you said Garten twice instead of Martin, but Martin says aye as well.
Thank you, Martin.
You're welcome.
I sort of like having 2 votes.
All right, council, I have pulled item 8 because this is a resolution approving the appointment of a new ex officio liaison to our city council. And prior to that change, I would like to invite our current ex officio, Devyn, to offer a few words. And I also, on behalf of council, want to thank him publicly for his service. Devyn, you've done a phenomenal job, in my opinion, representing the students. You have not been shy about offering input and perspective, and I know that council highly values that and has listened on many occasions and taken that into consideration. And also appreciate the efforts that you have taken to coordinate the 2 meetings with student government this year, and you were actively involved with that, setting up meetings ahead of time and helping set the agenda. So we're indebted to you. Appreciate your service, and I welcome you to offer any comments before you go off the as ex officio.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sean. I've really appreciated your help in all of those matters. So the credit doesn't go to me; it really goes to all of you for helping along the way. It's truly been an honor, honestly, working with all of you over the last year. Every city staff member and member on council has definitely left an impact on me that I will remember for a long time to come. I just hope that I was able to positively impact students, giving direction on the issues that myself and others have experienced. And you know, you're right. I haven't been shy, and I've really appreciated how willing everyone's been to listen to me along the way. While I definitely will miss like the position and all the experiences I've gained, I'm definitely excited to see what Nicole can do. I have complete confidence in her and her abilities to impart the same type of knowledge on student issues to you all. I think that's all I really have to say. I just really want you all to know I've appreciated our time a lot. I don't believe this is a great forum for me to say goodbye to you all, so I might show up to a meeting in the future and when things become more normal and do it in person. Anyways, good luck to Nicole and everyone else. Thank you all. I've genuinely really appreciated my time. So thank you.
Devyn, I think we talked about this last week, and that was our last meeting. That is, we do want you to come back and so we can say officially goodbye when we're back in session again in person and express our appreciation face to face. And council, I'll just deviate a little bit from standard protocol. Does anyone want to offer any comments to Devyn before he goes off?
I want to thank Devyn for his service, and especially for your help, Devyn, during the council goal setting session. Mm-hmm. I think we did some pretty heavy wordsmithing on that inclusion value, and I think that's important to our community. And so you've left a legacy.
Well, thank you so much. I'm glad that I was able to help.
Devyn, give us a sentence or 2 about your next chapter. Where do you go from here?
Yeah, so I have a bunch of classes this summer, next semester, and the semester after, and I'll graduate. Potentially want to go to law school, but I haven't thought that far ahead yet. I'm dropping a lot of my responsibilities in this sense because I'm going to be picking up bigger class loads. So yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? And don't be offended, Devyn, if no one else says anything.
I understand.
We will later on. So
I've got many thanks over email, so thank you to all who have done that as well.
Okay. I would entertain a motion on resolution approving the appointment of ex officio Nicole Whitlock, student liaison to city council.
So moved. Second.
I'm sorry, who moved?
Bronwyn.
Gloria, second.
All right, Bronwyn and then Gloria. Roll call, please.
Garten,
You sure it's me this time?
I'm positive.
Okay, aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Morieri,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Edie Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Well, Nicole, welcome. You are officially at the dais. And let's do this. We will allow you under council comments at the end of the meeting to tell us about yourself and help us get to know you a little better, right? All right, very good. We'll move on to public forum. This is a time set aside for the public to address council on topics that are city-related business, but are not on the agenda. And at this time, I open public forum. And Brian, is there anyone who has expressed interest in addressing council under public forum?
Yes, Mayor. Troy Rudder has his hand raised, and I will unmute him right now.
Welcome, Troy. If you introduce your name and address, please, and proceed.
Yes, Troy Rudder, 2614 Melrose. And I just wanted to take a short minute to thank the City Council. I'm a member of the Ames Commission on the Arts, and last meeting, there was a unanimous roll call vote to approve the reimbursements for the agencies that were not able to draw down their entire funds for 2019-20. A lot of those agencies are actually squeezing in some extra performances once everything opens up. So just wanted to, again, thank the council for the CODA funds and for approving this motion last week. It's really needed and appreciated by CODA and all the agencies. Thank you.
Troy, I really appreciate you coming and offering thanks. Thank you for your service on CODA, and I know council greatly values the what that brings to our Ames community. So thank you for offering your comments.
Thank you.
Brian, anybody else?
Yes, Mayor. Terry Potter can go ahead anytime.
Okay, I think I've unmuted my phone. So, good evening. On behalf of Amos, we are aware that the state of Iowa has received a block grant for $1.2 billion, and we have an interest, if not tonight, that at a future city council meeting, to have an understanding of, number one, does the city know what funds may come their way? And number two, has there been any thought to how the city would spend those funds should be anything be coming as a result of this block grant?
Terry, would you please offer your address, please?
Sure, yes. I'm at 608 Douglas Avenue in Ames.
Thank you. And are you aware of item number 30 on the agenda this evening?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Brian, anybody else?
Mayor, I do not see anyone else with their hand raised.
All right. We will close public forum and we're going to move on to item 22. Hearing on 2019-2020 asphalt street pavement improvements. Tracy and Dean, are you on the line and want to open us up with any comments?
Yes, we are here. Thank you. So we're here to talk about the 1920 asphalt pavement improvements. I have Dean Sayer here with me as well. He's one of the professional engineers, civil engineer too, with us for this project. So as many of you know, we've been working on pavement improvements for the 14th Street and 15th Street. The map was attached to the council action form. We started really walking that neighborhood last fall as we are assessing the conditions of the street, the curb, infrastructure in the area. And when we are out there, it's really common for the residents to come out and just have an informal conversation with us. So we did that. And then we started the formal process and Dean joined us in November and started managing this project. We had a formal letter that went out in January, followed by more of a formal project informational meeting. It's typically an open house. As we do at those open houses, we have large display boards. And so we had combined this one with the Bloomington road improvements, which were both asphalt rehabilitations. And we had a large display board that showed potential sidewalk infill on this location, another board with the pavement improvements, and then we had another board with the Bloomington improvements. And so we actually had invited a very large area, but specific to the 14th and 15th Street, we had invited 154 households and had 6 present at that meeting. And so we discussed the construction phasing, construction scheduling, sidewalk, infill, improvements around the community. A lot of people come to the meetings and ask questions about other projects as we are talking about their neighborhood projects, because it's an opportunity to have those conversations. And so then with the feedback that we had received at that January 30th meeting, we came to City Council on February 25th and had modified the proposed sidewalk layout resulting from the feedback. And then it kind of goes from there. The City Council knows on 25th, we had direction to add an addendum. And so we took the plans and specs out for bid with an addendum to infill connectivity on each 14th and 15th Street. And so with doing that, we did receive bids, and we've reported those bids, as you know, in a previous meeting. And we also, after that direction, went out and went door to door and really started contacting the residents who would get that sidewalk infilled and talk about where the sidewalk would go, the impact on trees, the impact and proximity to their houses. And some wanted it as far away as possible. If they had to have sidewalk, have it as far away as possible, even if it meant cutting down large trees. Others were okay with it and supported it. And so as you can see, we, of the 37 households, we had 17 that we've heard back from. And actually we received an email today that we reported in the council action form, 11 were against, and we received an email today giving us clarification that would actually be 10 against sidewalk infill, with 4 supporting sidewalk infill, and then 3 more neutral of neither for nor against. And so we are here. When we reported the bids, it was really the start of the pandemic, and so we didn't know what these public meetings were going to be like. And so since then, we've been able to get these meetings such that we can get that public input. We've received, and you all received copies of those emails. And so we have several residents that have provided us input. The summary of feedback is in the council action form. And then we've received several other emails, even the past couple of days, with that as well. And so tonight we're here to consider either alternative. And alternative 1 would be award of a contract, and then alternative 2 could be award of a contract with the direction following for a motion to issue a change order removing sidewalk infill, if that is your preference. And we are here to answer any questions as well, but I believe there are quite a few people that may be on the line who want to provide input.
Questions for Tracy before we go with public input?
Tracy, is it possible to put this picture up just to orient people who may not be familiar with what we're talking about?
Which picture are you talking about, Tim?
Just the location. In the council packet, there's a very nice picture that shows the location of where these improvements would be made.
I think there's actually 2 pictures, one for 14th and one for 15th Street.
Oh, either one, maybe both at one point.
Is that possible, Tracy?
I'm getting some, Brian, is it possible to,
Yeah, it should be down at the bottom of your screen, the green share screen button.
there we go. I had to.
Tim, did you have other questions for Tracy while you're,
So this is the one that was with the council action that we've had prior with the 25th meeting. Let me see if I can get another one.
And then Tracy, if you could just sort of orient people, if they look at that, just maybe show the streets that are being impacted where they are. And the other question I have, we're going to be sort of talking about two different topics tonight. One is the process that we've gone through. We've all had lots of emails about the process, and then the substance. And could you just speak just briefly about how the outreach that you did, the city did, compared to what we normally do for outreach efforts in similar types of projects?
Yes, so I don't know if you can see the cursor. So at the bottom of the screen is 14th Street. To the right is South Duff. And so this north shaded area is 15th Street. And to the left of the screen is Clark Avenue. So that's the area that we're talking about. The fire station would be right down here at the bottom of the screen. So the red in this location on this map would indicate that no sidewalk infill would be done at these locations. The green is where there currently is sidewalk. And so what we have done, and actually I have the old map. I have the old map pulled up. Let me get the right map. Well, so let's see. I can get. Sorry about that. Thought I pulled up the right one. That's the one that was in the.
Tracy, while you're pulling that up, I just want to comment that Tracy did review what process they went through. And so I guess my question is for you is what additional information are you interested in learning about? And secondly, the item on the agenda this evening is basically talking about awarding the base bid and alternate one or just the base bid. And I know we've gotten a lot of emails regarding the process, but I really would prefer, I don't think we're really talking about process tonight. People can comment on that, they may, but the point is whether or not the sidewalks are or are not included in the project, because I think we could spend a tremendous amount of time going through that, and really she's laid that process out already for us. And I'm interested in understanding why that would be germane to the topic.
Sure. I think your point's well taken, but where citizens have expressed a great deal of concern about the way in which the city does something, we can either choose to ignore those concerns or we can address them. And I think with the attention that this has had, I think that it's appropriate to give a little bit of time. And I think that Tracy's explanation is helpful, but unless you understand what the outreach is in comparison to what is normal, you really wouldn't have a way of knowing, did we do a good job or do we do a bad job? I happen to think we did an outstanding job. But I just wanted to have maybe a sentence or two just about how, when we do a project like this, how the outreach is done, and then how our outreach here, I think, was above and beyond what we normally do. So, but Mayor, I leave that complete to you. You have a gavel, and if you feel like we should focus narrowly on the issue of the contract, I defer completely to you.
My primary concern is going to be is that we're going to get wrapped around the axle and talking about the process and lose the real issue. If people have concerns about it, I understand that people may not agree. But I think the key is that if council believes that staff endeavored to, as you say, perform an extensive amount of outreach, I think it could become essentially a lot of time spent talking about something that may become more subjective than objective. And the other thing I want to be very clear when we open up public comment is that any personal attacks on individuals will result in someone being muted, because we're not going to go down a path of accusations. Not that I'm saying that it would happen, but we want to be objective. We want to stay on point. Now, if someone wants to say they feel it was not really complete, or they weren't involved or allowed to give input, they can certainly offer that, but we don't want to go into extensive conversation regarding or dialogue regarding that. So,
well, with that direction, Mayor, I'm going to defer to you, and I withdraw the questions, and we can go on with the presentation.
So I believe I have the correct map up. Can you now see one with only orange and green?
yes.
Okay, so that is the most current plan. Green is the existing sidewalk still. And then we have the orange, which is what is achieving the direction of connectivity on one side of each 15th Street and 14th Street. So as you can see on both locations, it is on the south side.
Tracy, I have one question, and that's regarding the 14th Street part of the project. People may be wondering why we didn't complete the north side, which was, I think, where we did the infill last year. And so could you just briefly say something about that?
Yeah, so that would have impacted a very large number of trees compared to the south side. And as you can see, we do have some connectivity in the south side already with the green. And so with the input from the neighbors, and as well as the looking at the trees, primarily that vegetation, the connectivity on the south side made the most sense.
And the decision on how did you arrive at the south side of the 15th as well too? If you could just kind of complete that loop for us, Tracy, please.
Right. So we had very similar conditions. There are a significant number of very mature trees on a couple of the properties. We also had some utility pedestals working through.
Your audio cut out on that.
So between the utility pedestals, the light poles are able to get moved, and the pedestals could have the more mature trees there on the north side.
Okay. And do you have those other two images regarding showing where the new sidewalks where the sidewalks are shown in red, and some are close to the street and some are close to the property line?
Yeah, so let's talk 14th Street. As we've been out there and talked to residents and talked to those property owners, then it does meander. The connectivity was the goal, not necessarily to have it be in a straight line. And so, as you can see with 14th Street, more of it is off the curb and more closer to the property line.
Sorry, we're still seeing your yellow and green image.
Oh, I get to do a new share. Okay, so That would be why. Okay.
There we go. Thank you.
Sure. So as you can see, the red line, that is where it crosses the driveway, but the red line is able to meander a bit within that right of way, which is between the back of curb and the property line. So it's land that the city owns, but the property owners maintain. And we've been able to work through those locations, as well as on 15th Street, which I'll probably need to do a new share on. You'll see it's similar, that it is adjacent to the back of curb in some locations, and then adjacent to the property line in other locations. There was preference from some residents to have it as far away from their houses as possible, even if it meant cutting down a larger tree. We walked it with them. Other locations didn't have any trees, and we were able to do that against the property line.
Okay. And to Councilman Garton's question, if you could just say a couple of sentences, how the public outreach on this project compares to what you normally would do on a project like this?
Yeah, so it's common for us to start with that informal, we're in the neighborhood, walking the infrastructure, looking at the infrastructure, analyzing what to be done. This one being a pavement rehabilitation, it included some identification of curb sections, spot curb that needed to be replaced, and then also the impacts on driveways. And then we have alleys out here, so looking at those alleys and needing to get those into consideration for a concrete approach. Utilities, we're also looking at those. So then we go into an outreach where we send a formal letter to both property owners and current residents of the properties. And we send those for a formal, we like an open house format, because it gives people opportunity to get off work, or if they have a church event, or if they have a kids event, they can come during that time period that we are there and not have to be there right at the start. So people come and go, and we have conversation with them. There's multiple staff there. We always have display boards up, and so we're having those conversations. And then from there, if there are things to follow up on or questions, we may follow that up with one-on-one meetings out at their properties. With this one, then that led to coming to City Council, and we have been trying to outreach, and some people responded, some people didn't respond to our letters or us knocking on their doors or leaving business cards. We tried the utility bills, utility accounts, because we have phone numbers in there. So again, walking the neighborhood, knocking on doors, trying to get the input and have the conversation about the sidewalk infill. So I would say it's even maybe a bit more than what we normally do, but we have other projects. Like we're working in the Florida Reliable Delaware Hutchinson area now, and we had probably less information as far as exchange with the neighbors, and the infrastructure is almost done being installed. So we have one-on-one conversations, meet them out there. We have the project informational meeting like we had on this one. Just a lot more one-on-one conversations and email exchanges on this one.
And just one point of clarification, what is standard protocol? What is normally done when sidewalks are installed in neighborhoods in terms of trying to be either in one continuous line off a certain distance from the property line? Can you just talk about that for a minute? What is normally done? Because these go back and forth, and apparently that's being done, one at the request of residents, which seems to be responsive in part to what they're asking. Two appears to be missing some vegetation. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. So we took this very similar approach. So I guess to answer your, on a typical section, you'll see it in new residential neighborhoods. You get sidewalk on both sides. It's a foot off the property line, and so it's a consistent line. We've had more of the newer the projects, newer reconstructions or rehabilitations in neighborhoods that are established, and so the goal has been connectivity, whether that's in a straight sidewalk line or whether it's going around mature trees or being with the residents to attempt to avoid the landscape but yet get the infill. That's where they've ended up meandering, and so we did that similar thing in the Florida Reliable Delaware Hutchinson area that I was just talking about. So some are up against the curb, some are off the property line in that neighborhood as well.
Good. Any other questions for Tracy before we go open up public input? Okay, hearing none, we are going to continue the hearing that was open on March 24th, 2020. And we will take public comment on this item. We do ask that those offering input endeavor to keep your comments to 3 minutes, if at all possible. And also, we have received, council has received, and I believe has read, a huge amount of emails. And I think that there's also been ongoing conversation and dialogue between a number of individuals. You're certainly welcome to continue to offer input this evening under public forum, but my comments regarding the process is such that it becomes a matter of policy that I think council is looking at, and you are certainly open to offer input, but we really want to understand what your reasons may be for or against. I trust this probably all has to do with sidewalks versus the actual street work itself. And in the event, and I trust this will not be the case, but in the event that is my sense that there's all of a sudden becoming personal attacks against anybody or significant criticisms, I will ask Brian to mute the person attending, and we will then move on to the next person. So with that being said, Brian, is there other people that are interested in offering input under the public hearing portion of this item?
Yes, Mayor, there are 2 people with their hands raised. I should also note there's at least 1 phone call listener, and if phone call listeners wish to raise their hand, they just need to press *9 on their phone and we'll get an indication. But first, I see Barbara Folkmann.
Okay.
I will allow her to speak right now. And
again, please, your name and address, and then you may proceed. Does Barbara need to unmute herself, Brian?
Yeah, there we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
This is Robert Folkmann. I live at 1326 Burnett. And
thank you, Robert.
From Burnett to Kellogg, there's not 10 people a day that use that street. In fact, if the street were removed, I don't think anybody know the difference. But anyway, I'm really opposed to the sidewalks because it'll increase my snow shoveling by about 4 times. And the closer it is to the curb, of course, the more snow you get on it, on the sidewalk. I'll also lose a tree. And so my idea is the shared possibility of the street, because there's hardly any traffic except just local people going to the alley. Most everybody has a garage that's from the alley. So I just think it's a waste of money as well to have a sidewalk that goes nowhere. There's no destinations on this street. 14th, no houses face the street. So there's no address there. The connectivity to go nowhere is, I don't understand why that's needed. So that's basically why I'm opposed to the sidewalk in the first place. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I see intermittently that Merlin Pfannkuch has his hand raised.
If you want to go ahead and, yeah, go ahead, Merlin. If you'd like to address council, please do.
I'm Merlin Pfannkuch, 1424 Kellogg Avenue. I have maybe half of my comments devoted to process and half of them to policy. I don't understand, Mayor Hala, why you want to compare how outreach in this instance compared with previous outreach, because the council action form clearly says this is the first project that's analyzed under the Complete Streets Plan. And the Complete Streets Plan outlines a good procedure.
You're
But once again, our city is not.
Merlin, you may go ahead and talk about the complete streets. That was not meant to be constraining on that particular item. It was more or less, I was talking more about the staff process of going out and calling on people versus complete streets. So if you want to talk about the complete streets, you're welcome to do so.
The Complete Streets program outlines a good procedure, but once again, the city is not following a plan where we have invested a fair bit of time and money. For those who are not familiar with the plan, basically, the Complete Streets plan sets up a procedure where projects like this are to be discussed by some sort of committee before they get to the council. That would have helped immensely in this case. Sidewalks will change. It's sort of like a planning and zoning commission, I would say, for street projects specifically. Sidewalks will change forever our neighborhood. So isn't some fuller consideration merited? I want to thank you, Mayor Hala, City Manager Shanker, and council members Betcher and Junk for coming out to tour our neighborhood with me. The other 4 council members all said they have visited here, but I don't understand why they couldn't have contacted me so I could have at least offered some input at that point. It's hard for us boomers to figure out how to make a decent presentation in this format. And however well-intentioned Amber Bronwyn and Gloria were with their wheelchair tour, it came very close to pushing the open meetings law. And it meant that they only had to convince one other council member if they had discussed the need for connectivity at that point. But I still don't understand why all council members voted or said they were likely to vote for sidewalks on the merits at the February 25th meeting. Staff had not recommended these sidewalks. So why this unanimity on such a known touchy subject? For sidewalks have not been focused on an unwilling neighborhood in more than 20 years, according to our city manager. Now, us residents finally get a decent chance to tell you what we think at the last minute. 4 T intersections in this area, most notably at 16th and Kellogg, mean that almost no one other than residents, delivery persons, or visitors will ever use these sidewalks. When we say we don't want or need sidewalks, doesn't that mean something? I just want to note that one of the people that Tracy said had been opposed to sidewalks and now favored them was my neighbor across the street. Well, she was against him as long as she thought there was a possibility it was going to be on her side of the street. But now that she learned it's on my side of the street, it's okay with her. That's real neighborly, I thought. The street is safe for a motorized wheelchair. Quite a bit has been made about the sight impaired person who moved to 14th Street last year and requested a sidewalk. The ADA Act is now more than 30 years old. When will the city have another such request? Numerous sidewalks in our area need considerable repair, and these include where children walk to meekers. Can't we make sure we are using this $100,000 wisely? And what about COVID-19 and so many workers close to our houses? Please withdraw sidewalks for this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Norman. Ryan, do we have anybody else?
No, Mayor, I do not see anyone else with their hand raised.
All right, well, let's have one more last call. If anyone else would like to address council on this particular topic, you're welcome to do so. Please raise your hand using the pound, the *9, which is it?
*9.
*9, or on your Zoom meeting. Okay, hearing none, we will close the public hearing and council discussion. And there's two options in the council action form this evening for you to consider.
Mayor, I'd just like to clarify something that Merlin said. Bronwyn, Amber, and I did not do a wheelchair tour at the same time. We went as individuals, and so there was no discussion. In fact, I didn't discuss this item with them beyond asking in the meeting with the manager and Bronwyn about ADA requirements.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
I do notice someone else has raised their hand now. If you'd like to allow that person to speak.
I'll make an exception here. I guess we're going to have to reopen. Given the fact that we're still learning how to use this technology, please go ahead and let them go ahead and make their comment. And let's make sure there's no one else, because I don't want to have this continue to drag on. Thank you.
Okay, Brett McLain, I've given you the speaking privilege now. If you can unmute yourself or hold the space bar, that should do it.
All right, is that good?
Yep.
Okay, sorry it took me so long to figure out how to raise my hand. Brett McLain, I live at 1431 Douglas Avenue. I'm on the corner of Douglas and 15th.
Thank you, Brett. Go ahead.
You bet. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me speak. I guess I had one question on the blueprints. It looks like the sidewalk is going to go around the tree.
Why don't you make your comments, Brett, and then we'll have staff respond to any questions you might have. We won't. This isn't an interchange, okay?
All right.
Please go ahead. Yes.
It sounds good, and I do want to thank the council. I had a really nice talk with David a couple of Saturdays ago for it seemed like about an hour. I want to thank David for that, and Tim and emails, and I even seen a few of them out here in the neighborhood. So I just want to thank them. Basically, I guess I feel like the conversations from the community was the last thing we're doing here, and not the first thing. And that's all I want to say about the process. The sidewalk location, my understanding, it's 6 foot from the curb towards the houses, which I think the first speaker said something about the snow issue. As the snow plows plow the road, the snow is gonna land right on the sidewalk. There's no barrier. In other words, from the road to the sidewalk, there's zero barrier like you see around town. And actually, I drove around town to see if there was any sidewalk that was butted up right next to the curb, and I didn't find one. So I think it's going to look kind of different, and it's going to be a problem for the residents, the residents for snow removal. I think will be the big issue there. Yeah, I'm not for a sidewalk. There's not a lot of traffic in this area. It's just the people that live here. As I look around, the roads are wide. I think for years and years and years, as my neighbor Tim had emailed, he's been here 40 years. People are just used to walking on the edge of the road because it is a wide road. So anyway, I won't take any more of your time. I'm opposed to it. I'm opposed that we got to voice our inputs last. And we were told at the beginning there would be no sidewalks. And then the next thing, we're being showed where the sidewalks are going. And then the next thing, what do you think about sidewalks? So a little backwards, in my opinion, but that's all I'll say about that, Mayor. And it's your guys' call. Thank you for your time.
Brett, before you go, you asked a question, and I'm sorry, I didn't write it down. What was the question we wanted to have answered?
It looks like on the 15th, where the sidewalks would go, it looks like it goes around a tree there.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And I'm just thinking that tree could maybe lift that sidewalk up, or at some point that tree is going to be gone, and then you have a sidewalk going around, And so anyway, I told the staff when they were out here, I would prefer just to go straight. And I don't know why. It's like it's drawn the opposite that I said. But that's what my question was. Was that going around the yield sign, or is that going around the tree, or what's that doing?
Okay, thank you. We'll ask Tracy to answer that question. Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, so when we met with Brett and his wife out there.
Wait, Tracy, let's, Brian, why don't you again review for people how they can raise their hand to make sure that we have anybody else who wants to offer input? They can, because once we go ahead and stop, we'll be done, whether someone raises their hand or not.
Sure. Anyone who's participating in the meeting on the phone can press *9 to raise their hand, and we'll get an indication that they're interested in speaking. Anyone participating in the meeting on a computer can click on the raise hand button, which should be at the bottom of in the center of your screen.
Or you said space bar?
That's for muting and unmuting.
Okay. Is there anybody else that wants to address council on this topic tonight? Okay, we will cease public input. Go ahead, Tracy. The question was on 15th Street, the sidewalk around a tree, and also if you would address Mr. McLain's comment regarding not really seeing any sidewalks that are adjacent to the back of curbs in some locations, if you wouldn't mind, please.
So when we were out there and we met with Brett and his wife, they did have a strong preference that the sidewalk be as far away from their house as possible, and wanted that along the back of curb, and even if that meant removing a tree. And so the plan is that it does go along that back of curb, it does remove that tree, but it then needs to jog at the intersection to tie into the common square of the ADA ramp that will be built. And so that may be what is being seen on that that map, that display, is that connection into that ADA ramp. And so as far as sidewalk at the back of curb, we did this several years ago along North Dakota, just north of Lincoln Way. We have shared use paths that are at back of curb along Mortensen Parkway. Most recently, we've done some at the back of curb and meandering similar to this up in that Florida Reliable Delaware Hutchison area that's currently under construction. So those are just a few locations.
Okay, thank you. Okay, council?
Well, I'll start. So this is one. I mean, there's a few things here. I am understanding of the arguments of that particular neighborhood, but to me, the addition of sidewalks where there aren't currently sidewalks is a much more broad issue, and it's about having connected routes in general in your transportation system, right? So I also anticipate that anytime we try to add sidewalks where there aren't currently sidewalks, the people are not going to like that, right? So I totally get that. I understand, concerns about snow removal when you didn't have to do that before, and it is a burden, right? I live on Grand, so I totally get that. Snowplow throws the snow right back up on that sidewalk argument. I get that. I have to deal with it 5 times every time it snows. So I understand that burden, and it's not that I'm not sensitive to that, right? My decision here is just about the transportation system in general and the benefit to that network being made stronger in general, outweighing the cons, to a handful of individuals. And again, those individuals feel those cons strongly, but the benefit is general, right? So I would point out that we actually have been going after sidewalk gaps probably more than any prior council too. We asked that sidewalk gap on Mortensen be filled in at the cost of the landowner without any development happening, and they've arranged to have that happen in a time frame that's moderate. So this is something that maybe prior councils haven't done, but it's something that our council feels strongly about. I believe this connected transportation network, right? So it's not necessarily out of place for us to do this right now because we've done it in other ways. And I actually would love us to make a prioritized list of some sidewalk gaps and go after them. And so I think that might be coming, right? So at least that's something that I would like to see. But that sums up my argument again, just strong transportation network in general, outweighing the disadvantage to a handful of individuals. And again, I'm sympathetic, but I think the transportation network will be made stronger by these gaps being filled in whenever we can. That's it.
Thank you. Others?
I just want to say I agree with Bronwyn about the transportation network. I'm not going to take a lot of time because I think there's a rather lengthy email from me that appears in the council packet that explains my rationale, especially in light of our new council values, one of which is inclusivity, and creating accessible pathways is one of those means to make our community more inclusive of those who are maybe not as able-bodied. I hesitate to say that everything has been done perfectly in this process, but I think that our process has been followed in the way that it should have been followed, and I don't feel that there's been any lack of access to council members. We've received lots of emails on both sides of this issue. And I do think that we, as a council, probably should return to the issue of the Complete Streets Plan and things like the 22% of a project rule. That may be a yay or a nay, but I don't see that as part of this particular vote. And so I am very sympathetic to the neighborhood, but I was voted into office for Ward 1 in order to try to make good decisions for the community. And unfortunately, sometimes what I think is good for the whole community may not be seen as good for one or two streets or a smaller neighborhood within the community. And that's one of the hard things about being on council. So I really appreciate all the neighbors staying engaged in this. And if we do have that discussion about process, I want you to be part of that. Thanks.
Others? Tracy, can you just comment for a second on Merlin brought up the comment about, you know, the Complete Streets process that is gone through. Can you just, for everyone's benefit, those that may be listening, be aware of it, just what that entails?
Yeah, so we have Damien Priggetzer, our traffic engineer, with us tonight as well. And so Damien might want to chime in here with the talk about the Complete Streets Plan.
Okay. Don't necessarily want to dwell on this for a long period of time, but if take a couple minutes and talk about that.
So I think Damien needs to unmute.
Hold up. Okay, there.
There you go.
All right. So I think the question related to the Complete Street Plan, obviously we discussed a lot about it. As council knows, we adopted the plan last year. And really, so these projects, things like 14th Street, are really one of our first projects that we've even been able to apply the plan. I think one of the things that I'm hearing through the 14th Street, 15th Street process, that I think some people, when they look at the plan, they try and apply it like it's a hard, rigid standard. One of the right contexts to look at the Complete Street Plan is that it's a framework to have a discussion about modal priorities on the street. So a good example of 14th Street and 15th Street, how we had a conversation was, as council remember, we started off with a plan that applied sidewalk to both sides. They had a discussion, tried to figure out what kind of compromise, what kind of middle ground we could come up with. And that's what the plan is being presented tonight. So when you look at the Complete Street Plan, the best thing as far as process goes was that we followed the process to say what was missing from the street, how can we add and make some kind of incremental improvement. So when you're looking at the other things, the other steps of implementation that are outlined in the Complete Street Plan, really those are further down the road implementation steps. Because of the infancy that the Complete Street Plan is in, we're still in step one that's listed in, if you look at page, I know you don't have it in front of you, but like on page 86 essentially of the plan, where it talks about implementation, we're at the beginning of that phase. When you start to get into committees, when you start to incorporate it into design standards and things like developmental standards, we need probably at least 2 to 3 construction seasons worth of experience, maybe more, depending on how many of them we have, before we can really start to say it's working well, it's not working well. What do we want to modify? What do we not want to modify?
Okay. Thank you, Damien. All right, council, any other discussion on this item? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
This is Brownman. I'd move alternative 1.
Second.
Okay, moved by Bronwyn, seconded by Amber. And Bronwyn, just for the record, would you just say what those two items are for people who may not have that in front of them?
Yeah, definitely. That we A, approve final plans and specifications for this project, and B, award the 2019-2020 asphalt street pavement improvements, 14th and 15th Street project to Manats Incorporated of Ames, Iowa, in the amount of $774,662.
And I was made aware of the fact that they should also have 19 cents. That was actually the bid. So can we
At
have
19 cents?
19 cents? Thank you.
Yeah.
And for the record, that is both the street project as well as the sidewalks as identified. All right, for the discussion.
Yeah, I'd like to chime in just briefly to say that a lot of what has been said already resonates with me. I understand that having change like this happen right next to your property is challenging and hard, and I'm sympathetic to that. But I think that my decision is being driven as much by the people who might live there 50 years from now than by the people who look at how the street is used today and wonder about the sidewalks. And just a final word for those of us who aren't talking a lot about this. At least for me, it's not because I haven't been thinking about it. We've had a lot of communication with people, and I know it's really hitting people in the heart and in their sense of home. And I know that's important. I try to respect that. So I'm considering that. And I think others probably are too who aren't speaking tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Anybody else? Roll call.
Funk,
Aye.
Corey,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Edie Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Thornton,
Aye.
Motion carried. Thank you. All right, we're gonna move on to item 23, hearing on steam turbine number 8 parts procurement.
I really loved it about it. Was going and listening.
And we have Mr. Com available to answer any questions that council may have on this before we open the public hearing. Hearing none, declare the public hearing on steam turbine number 8 parts procurement to be open. Is there anybody who wishes to address council on this particular item? Ryan?
Mayor, I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay. Thank you. Declare the public hearing to be closed. And council, as you probably note in the council action forum, tonight is a motion accepting the report of bids and delaying the award. So entertain a motion on that.
So moved.
second,
Betcher, and is that Corriere?
yes,
Seconded. Discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
aye,
Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item 24. Hearing on the 2019-2020 multimodal roadway improvements. I believe John Joyner would be available. Council, any questions of John? Or John, is there anything you want to highlight for council before we open the public hearing?
Nope, I'd just be happy to answer questions if there are any.
Any questions, council, for Mr. Joyner on this one?
Can you tell me, I saw it on the map, but could we talk a little bit about the signage that'll be on these alternate routes?
Sure. So this project would be to.
Oh, I'm thinking of the wrong one. Wait, no. Sorry.
Okay, you thinking of the one under Public Works later on, maybe?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking of. This one looks great. I love it.
Good. Good.
Okay. All right. All right. Hearing no questions for John, I declare the public hearing on the 2019-2020 multimodal roadway improvements to be open. Is there anyone, Brian, that is indicating interest in addressing council under this public hearing?
Mayor, I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay. I declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on resolution approving final plans and specifications and awarding the contract to Iowa Plains Signing of Slater, Iowa, in the amount of $244,105.80.
So moved. Oh, second.
Who was that Beatty Hanson?
Yeah.
Moved and Betcher seconded. Thank you. Discussion? Roll call.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Barton,
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Thank you. Item 25, hearing regarding vacating ingress egress easement at 2500 Southeast 16th Street. Any questions for Mr. Joyner on this item? Seeing none, declare the public hearing on vacating ingress egress easement at 2500 Southeast 16th Street to be open. Brian, is there anybody who's indicated interest in addressing council on this item?
Mayor, I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Thank you. I declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on resolution approving vacation of easement at 2500 Southeast 16th Street.
So moved. Oh, second.
Martin moved, Betcher seconded. Discussion? Roll call.
Martin,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Barton,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Okay. Next item is hearing regarding vacating stormwater retention easement across portions of the second, third, fourth, and fifth editions of Dayton Park subdivision. Any questions for Mr. Joyner on this one? Hearing none, declare the public hearing regarding vacating stormwater retention easement across portions of the second, third, fourth, and fifth editions of Dayton Park subdivision to be open. Is there anyone who wants to address council on this particular item?
Mayor, I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Thank you, Brian. I declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on resolution approving vacation of stormwater retention easement across portions of second, third, fourth, and fifth editions of Dayton Park subdivision.
So moved.
Betcher,
Second.
Corriere seconded. Discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Barton,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin.
Aye. Thank you. Item 27, hearing regarding extension of industrial tax exemption ordinance. And Mark, are you available? If you would just say what this is and isn't for the audience, please. This is not TIF.
Sure. Yep, this is the industrial tax exemption ordinance that it's been passed several times for a specific period of time. This is simply renewing that and for another 10 years.
Okay. Kelly, do you want to weigh in on this also or not?
Nope. All right, just getting ready.
Okay, you're getting in the queue. All right, great. Any questions for Mark on this item? Hearing none, declare the public hearing regarding extension of the industrial tax exemption ordinance to be open. Is there anybody that wants to address council on this item? Brian?
Mayor, I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Thank you. Declare the public hearing regarding the extension to be closed. Entertain a motion on first passage of ordinance extending the industrial tax exemption ordinance until 2030.
Move on first.
Betcher,
Second.
Corriere seconded. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Betcher,
Aye.
Barton,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corey,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Okay, item 28, hearing on zoning text amendment relating to trash and recycling collection areas in commercial zones. Kelly, any comments you want to make, or council, any questions for Kelly on this item?
No, I'm just here to answer questions.
Any questions for Kelly? Hearing none, declare the public hearing on the zoning text amendment relating to trash and recycling collection areas in commercial zones to be open. Is there anybody that wants to address council on this item?
Mayor, I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Thank you. Declare public hearing on the zoning text amendment to be closed. Entertain a motion on first passage of ordinance.
Move on first.
Betcher,
Second.
Brownwood.
Yep.
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corey, Martin,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on, item 29, Kingsbury subdivision, 3rd edition, 315 Southeast 3rd Street. Any questions for Justin or Kelly on this particular item? Or Kelly, do you want to review it?
I do want to note that in this council action forum, we said we had to receive signed documents. We have received those. So if you move alternative 1, it is approvable at this point per the discussion by staff in the council action forum.
Okay. Questions for Kelly or for Justin? Okay, I would entertain a motion on this. Is there a motion on resolution approving development agreement relating to dedication of right-of-way and future street improvements?
So moved.
Martin?
Second.
Garten seconded. Discussion? Roll call.
Junk,
Aye.
Corey,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Thank you. Entertain a motion on resolution approving waiver of construction of Southeast 3rd Street paving and storm sewer improvements.
So moved.
Second.
And I'm sorry, who's second? Was that Amber? You, Amber?
Yeah.
Amber seconded. Thank you. Discussion? Roll call.
Corey,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Thank you. And entertain a motion on resolution approving final plat.
So moved.
Martin and Corey, thank you. Roll call.
Martin,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corey.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 30, second substantial amendment to CDBG 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan. Ms. Vanessa.
Hello. Before you, you have this action for me to draft a second amendment to our action plan in regards to the City of Ames receiving COVID-19 money through the CARES Act, a special allocation in the amount of $354,515. This funds came quickly, came before the guidelines have been put in place. But on April 9th, we received a directive from HUD that we should go ahead and proceed to amend our plan. And they suggested that we amend our current plan rather than our future 2021 plan. So that's why this is before you. They have completed some waivers to this money. And one of the waivers is to reduce the comment period from 30 days down to 5 days. Another waiver is to remove the 15% cap on public services. Normally, we can't spend more than 15% on our allocation for public service. That would be things like deposit assistance, transportation assistance, so forth. And that cap has been removed. But from there, there's really not been any further guidance that HUD has published yet. So it's making me a little nervous. I thought we received some guidance by now on how we can proceed. Starting our process, we went out with a 5-day comment period to the public. We ran ads in the newspaper. We did social media posts. I sent emails out to a lot of the public. I've had Zoom meetings with human service agencies, with lenders. I talked to landlords. I've also talked to Mary Greeley and McFarland Clinic and workforce development, and just trying to hit, as many people as we could, as specifically because of the short time frame for the public comment period. And as you can see on your attachment number 3, those were the comments that we received to date. So I know you have a chance to look at those. So that's where we are right now. One of the big things that this CARES funds have is that there's one major caveat is that we have to create a duplication of benefit policy. Although HUD has not finished defining what duplication of benefit will mean, we've had a limited amount of guidance saying it can't duplicate other federal, state, or local funding that may go towards the same type of activities. The city, along with all the other entitlements in Iowa, along with the state, are working together to create together some guidelines to try to help create a policy that we would hopefully would meet guidance that we don't know what it is yet. But we're all feeling like we should be on the same page, because HUD has also stated that this program will be heavily audited regarding the duplication of benefits and how funds are being distributed and determined. We're going to be hopefully meeting next week and talking about that a little bit more. In the meantime, we have outlined 2 programs for your considerations for now, and that is to create a program to assist renter relief to help low-income renters with rent and utilities. Now, our guidelines at the income level still is at 80% or below. That was not waived, so we can only target people at the 80% of our area median income. So the second program was homeowners relief program, and that would assist low-income homeowners with rent and mortgage assistance. And so, as you can see on attachment 2, that has been added to our current First Amendment action plan. As what I'm proceeding right now is certainly the renters program for deposit first month's rent is programs that we have implemented in the past, where we have to determine eligibility, and that we assist eligible households with paying rent directly to the landlords for deposit or first month's rent. And we've had programs where we've helped utilities and we've paid directly to the utility companies. So it's not like we haven't done the program before. So I'm trying to stay in those parameters of those eligible guidelines already set out for that particular program until I know exactly if HUD's going to waive or suspend any other guidelines. And that would go the same thing for the relief assistance for homeowners. We've not done that before, but we've done something similar when we've helped homeowners with down payment and closing cost assistance. So that has been what my roadmap is going to be right now as I draft some guidelines for your consideration, and setting June 9th, I believe, as the date of public hearing, so that we can submit that amended plan to HUD. We have not been giving any direction as to when the program funds have to be out there or when they have to be completed. None of those things have been finalized at all. But in order to try to stay ahead of the curve I'm requesting council to consider us drafting our amendment to our plan to include these two activities for now, because we're still working on our 2021 plan as well. That's going to be due here in August. So just trying to stay ahead of those two processes. And so that's kind of the gist of how these guidelines are going to move forward. And I would entertain any questions that you may have for now.
Tim, any questions or?
I have a question. Vanessa, could you speak to how why we have a sense of the level of need for the renters and the homeowners relief? Could you speak to that?
Well, in getting many phone calls myself back in March and April, and communicating directly with landlords and talking with our human service agencies, there's a number of people who lost their jobs, and some that qualified for unemployment and some that did not qualify for unemployment. And the landlord's concern about, getting behind in rent. And of course, there's been a moratorium on evictions for both homeowners and renters. And so the process is stacking up for people who don't have any resources because they've been laid off from their jobs, or their unemployment isn't as much as they anticipate. Some people got, full unemployment plus the $600 a week. Some people barely got any unemployment, but bills are still due. And in talking to the utility companies, they're starting to see a lot of the bills go unpaid as well. And so we want to, make sure that we cover our homeowners and our renters, because it can lead, to more issues for our community.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
John had to step away for just a minute. Is there anyone else who has questions for Vanessa?
I also like to point out that there is a lot of funding coming out for COVID-19, the CARES Act. One program in particular that the Ames Human Service Agencies would be eligible for is what they call emergency shelter grant. There is like $9.5 million available to the state of Iowa. And that's one of the programs that we have to look at for a duplication of benefits for the CDBG side. So we're hoping and discussing with the human service agencies that are eligible for that ESG funding, that they pursue that funding so they can address the homeless issues, motel costs, and all of those things for our community. They're in the same situation that we're in. The state doesn't have their guidelines out yet either, because they're, I think, waiting on HUD as well. But there is a lot of funding out there that I think as a community, we need to make sure that AIM gets its share for the needs that we have.
Vanessa, we had a comment from Terry Potter from Amos. Has Amos been in contact with you or regarding this, or?
Yes, but yes, and I can address his question, Mayor.
Thank you.
He is referring to an email that I got about 7 o'clock last night. Congress set aside $5 billion for the CARES Act, and they are apparently going to roll those out in first, second, and third rounds. Where the first round was the CDBG money, and that's where we received our $350,000. This is the second round of money that is coming out, that just came out here last night that I got an email about. They're doing a little bit different with this. It's about $1 billion that they're going to distribute directly to the states. So it goes to every state and insular area. And insular means like the Virgin Islands, or states out, communities outside of the United States. And the states get the option to allocate those funds not only to the non-entitlement communities, but to the entitlement communities as well, with the approval from HUD. And the state of Iowa received, again, $9.5 million under this second round of funding. And again, we'll be meeting with the state, and I'm sure they're a little like, how did we get, I'm sure they're responding to the fact that they just heard that it's coming through the states. Okay. So we have no idea at this time how the state is going to distribute that money. If that's something that entitlements have to apply for, is HUD going to set aside a formula for each of the entitlements? None of that is known at this time. And if they're going to, again, do the third round and send that funds through the state as well. So this is just fresh off the press from last night. I can tell you a little bit about this second round of funding. It's a little bit more bent towards helping, if I can pull that information up right quick, public health needs and economic and housing market disruptions, and the risk of transmission of COVID-19 and other cases compared to the national average. So it's a little bit specific to those areas. And I'm still reading what those targeted areas are and trying to understand what that would mean for the city of Ames, and if those funds would be something that we could verify that we have those issues. So I apologize, I'm still trying to understand it and also get some feedback from the state and other entitlements that I'm sure got the same notice that I got last night.
Other questions for Vanessa? So can you explain, we have an alternative 1, 2, and 3. Can you explain alternative 1, directing staff to draft a second substantial amendment to the action plan? So we will have a public hearing on June 9th if council so moves on this item. Will there be additional public input in addition to the public hearing in terms of how this is allocated? Or if council moves this tonight, is the budget going to be amended as identified in the council action form?
Well, this first action, like I said, normally with our annual action plan, we go out for public comment. We bring those comments to council, and then we draft a proposal, do the public comment period, and bring that action to council as a public hearing. So I will draft what those program guidelines would look like, some of the eligibility criteria. It will then go out for the 5-day public comment period and then the hearing will be held on June 9th.
So there's still going to be more public comment periods allowed, is that correct?
Yes, that would be the public comment period once the program guidelines have been drafted. They will go out for the 5-day public comment period that will be discussed at the June 9th council meeting. And I may have to extend that when we find out what the final HUD guidelines or mandates or waivers are going to be. Like I said, I was hoping that we would know by now before I started writing this. So that's the plan for right now, unless something changes when the guidelines come out. They keep saying they're coming out any day, but yet nothing's published yet.
Vanessa, that's based on what has already been approved, right? Not what's being discussed in DC now.
This is just the first round of CARES funds for the $354,000. Those guidelines are still not been published by HUD.
I just have been involved in discussions about what's entailed in the HEROES Act that is being proposed now and discussed. And there's a lot of rental housing assistance rolled into that as part of the discussion, but who knows what'll come out of it.
Exactly, and that's why a lot of that's why as entitlements, we're trying to create something that's very similar, because the state is also thinking about creating a program for rent and utility assistance for the non-entitlements. And we're trying to work together to be consistent especially when it comes down to the regulations. At least we would all be on the same page. And so it's just a little uncharted territory that we're heading in, but we'll proceed and see what happens.
Always something new with HUD.
Oh, I love it.
And could you comment just how you arrived at, you split the money 50-50 to renters relief assistance and homeowners relief assistance. That was just based on what you've seen in terms of an equal need or in our community right now, Vanessa?
Yes, sir. That's an anticipated need. It could be that we would have funds left over from either side that we could certainly reprogram the money. One of the things I would like to find out from HUD, if we don't spend all the money in either one of those categories, do we have to stop and go through another process to do public input and so forth? Right now, we also have to update our citizen participation plan, because right now it allows for a 30-day comment period, which we will reduce down to 5 for COVID-19. And so if it's under 100,000 right now, then we can proceed with a different program. Like when I talked to the business community and when I talked to the medical community, they were really trying to think of what areas that this funds could address that's more of a community impact. And so still waiting for comments from them as we move forward. But again, there's a lot of funding out there. So we're just trying to wade through this duplication of benefit and how those things would proceed, that we don't end up duplicating what those funds are for or what our human service agencies are going to be, already administering. So we may have to have some things really streamlined so that we don't end up duplicating what's already out there or what's been out there before COVID-19.
And so on the basis council moves tonight on this item, is council locked in with that those numbers in terms of the allocation and the categories that were just described?
Not until the public hearing.
Okay, so if the public hearing
Is where you would accept the guidelines for these two programs. This is just a proposed written guidelines that will come back to you on the 9th for final approval to submit to HUD.
Very good. Well, given the fact that we have another public comment period coming up, as well as public hearing coming up, and this is just primarily to set this in motion, we're going to go ahead and council see if there's any more questions. Otherwise, I entertain a motion on resolution setting June 9th, 2020 as date of public hearing, and also on the one of the alternatives that have been set in the council action form.
I'll move the resolution.
Okay, for a second.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Judy Hansen,
Aye.
Fetcher,
Aye.
Burton,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin.
And then I also entertain a motion on resolution directing staff to draft a second substantial amendment to city's CDBG 2019-2020 annual action plan as set forth in the council action form under alternative number 1.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Betcher moved, Corriere second, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Roll call.
Fetcher,
Aye.
Burton,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Judy Hansen.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item 31, resolution approving revisions to Smart Energy Rebate Program. Mr. Kong.
Actually, I'm Kaylee Lane, Energy Services Coordinator. I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Hi, Kaylee. Thank you. Very good. What questions might you have for Kaylee tonight? Well, hearing none, I have one for you, Kaylee. In the council action form, it talks about the fact that one of the concerns for the electric vehicle charging, that you don't want to encourage people to be driving home and then plugging their cars in on a peak part of the day, especially during the summertime. So can you talk about the proposed charger rebates? Because, for example, is that a programmable? Is that required to be programmable, first of all? And secondly, it seems fairly low compared to Alliant Consumers and Cedar Fall Utilities.
Mayor, it looks like we lost Kaylee momentarily here.
She didn't like my question, or
maybe we can just give her a moment to log back in.
Absolutely. Just kidding. Tell you what, Brian, let's take a quick 3-minute break here, 3 or 4 minute break while Kylie gets back on, and we'll pick up where we left off. So we're going to go ahead and just take a break for a few minutes, and then we'll get back at it at let's say at 7, no later than 7:50, please. Back in session. Hi, Kaylee.
Hello.
So did you catch the question that I posed?
I did not.
Okay. All right. So under the electric vehicle charger rebates, you're proposing $100, whereas like Alliance got 250 and you got 500. And then one of the concerns that was in the council action forum that was alluded to was you want to support customers in purchase of chargers that are specifically capable of programming for off-peak charging. So to get the rebate, they have to accomplish that, first of all? Have a charger they could program to do off-peak charging?
It would have to be programmable, but the majority of level 2 chargers are programmable. So that is just a functionality similar to a functionality that we require with thermostats, that they must be programmable to receive the rebate.
Okay. And then can you just comment on the fact, like Alliance at 250, consumers is at 500?
Yes.
How you arrived at the $100 amount?
Sure. Actually, in the last year meeting, we had updated that to 250. In the current version of the council action form, it should have been 250 actually.
Okay. So if council moves this, we want to change that to say 250, not 100 then?
Correct.
Okay. Other questions for Kaylee tonight?
Kaylee, this council is very interested in improving our position in global climate footprint, trying to reduce our greenhouse gases. Could you speak to this? Do you have any sense of what impact this program might have in terms of our carbon footprint?
Sure. So the important data point to answer that question is the emission factor of the electricity that we're serving to our customers. And that we are in the process of calculating in the greenhouse gas inventory. So we have some preliminary numbers and we're still working on finding the exact accurate numbers and assumptions that will go into that calculation. We do know at this point that the emissions that an electric vehicle is responsible for, although they're indirect, are lower than the emissions from gasoline vehicles, but we're still trying to do the calculation of exactly how much lower they are.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions for Kaylee? Okay, we will open up public input on this item. Brian, is there anyone who wants to address council on this particular topic?
Mayor, I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay, we will close public input. Council? Discussion and or motion?
Mayor, I would move that we approve alternative 1, which
Second.
is approving the modifications.
As amended or corrected.
Mhm.
Yes.
And who seconded that? Sorry.
I did.
Rachel did. Thank you. Discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Barton,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Very good. Thank you, Kaylee. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 32, resolution approving alternative bike routes for 2019-2020 arterial street pavement improvements. That'd be Damian or John. And I believe, Bronwyn, you had a question for them.
Yeah, I definitely get the item and why 13th isn't doable at this time for any sort of treatment. But someone emailed today with a question about the potential for putting paint on the alternate routes, so 9th and 16th. Is that in any sort of long plan, I guess, or is that in the works in any way, shape, or form that we would put on-street bike lanes on those alternate routes?
That may be something to do in the future. Right now, we're just identifying these alternative routes using 16th Street and 9th Street as alternative bike routes, so a shared facility. So we'll be doing signage, pavement markings where appropriate to designate that these streets that motorists and bikes should share the road and motorists should expect to experience bicycles on these roadways. But with the on-street parking that's on a good number of these streets, right now we're just going with the shared facilities rather than trying to get larger public input, potentially removing on-street parking and trying to create those on-street bike lanes. So this is just to create a shared route facility.
Sure. No, that makes perfect sense. And then I guess, so what is the process then or time frame where those larger decisions might be made or considered? So the removal of on-street parking, for example, is that something that will come up in the normal process for traffic decisions, or are those changes that council would need to initiate in some way over the course of time? I mean, not saying that it needs to be immediate, but what is the process for those?
Sure. These streets were identified in the long-range plan to be shared facilities rather than to have a dedicated on-street bike lane facility. So, and kind of following that guidance, we propose to do that, to make these shared facilities. And then we'll see how that works, see if it works well, see if there's any issues. And then maybe a future council direction or a future long-range plan, then maybe these routes might be changed to upgrade, if you will, to on-street bike lanes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that answers my question.
Other questions for John?
John, I know the answer to this, but I thought it'd be helpful if the staff is interfaced with the Ames Bicycle Coalition to think through this plan. Could you just give us a sentence or two about the way in which we interface with them as part of our decision-making matrix? I think people would be encouraged by that.
Sure. We try to stay in regular communication with the Ames Bicycle Coalition, and on this particular project, We had 3 representatives that we met with before the COVID shutdown was in place. So that was still at a point when we were able to meet face to face with these representatives. We went over the project with them. They understood the need to identify an alternative route in this instance, and were supportive through a collaborative effort of designating 9th Street and 16th Street as alternative parallel routes.
I appreciate the effort to reach out, and I think we're better off receiving that kind of input. So I appreciate your effort on that. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I have a question as well. Yes. It was observed in an email to us today that the part of the path, the bike path, goes through the cemetery. And so the question is it permissible to use that path even at night, or does the cemetery close at times?
Yeah, so on the attachment that was with the council action form, the main route to get from 9th Street back up to 13th Street will likely be Maxwell. There's a potential that we might be able to meander through that northern part of the cemetery to connect up to 13th Street. But right now what we're looking at is Maxwell. And we realize that once Maxwell does reach 13th Street, there's I think a 2-block gap before we reach the shared use path. But what we wanted to do was give folks that were coming from the south an alternative route to try to get up to that 13th Street area. So we'll continue to look at the appropriateness and the feasibility of if we're able to use some of those paved paths in the cemetery as shared facilities, and then that would direct us directly to the connection with the shared use path.
So is it fair to say then that the path shown through the cemetery is just a possible path that you haven't really set on yet?
That's correct.
Okay, and so so we don't even know whether it would be permissible to ride at night on that path currently?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm glad you're looking at this more closely. Just by coincidence, a couple of weeks ago, I tried to ride effectively this and found myself a little baffled when I got to Maxwell and 13th Street saying, how do I connect this part? So I'm glad you're working on it. Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions or comments for John? Hearing none, we will open up public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to address council on this particular topic this evening? Brian?
Yes, Mayor. I see Kelly Welsh Wingate has their hand raised. So I will allow speaking. Go ahead and unmute yourself,
Kelly. Could introduce yourself and your address, and then feel free to offer comments.
Hi, my name is Kelly Welsh Wingate, and I live at 1117 Wilson Avenue. And I did send an email earlier, and I heard several people addressing information from the email I sent. So I appreciate that everyone read it and paid attention to what I said. Overall, I think it makes sense to do the diversion off of 13th Street. I don't think many cyclists would be comfortable with bike lanes on 13th Street and the speed of traffic for use of that. But seeing that there was supposed to be allocated a specific bicycle facility on 13th Street, and then basically using, some markings and signage to designate an alternate path. If you think about what's coming up from 13th Street by the pool, very nice, wide off-road facilities that one might have their kids go on. And then you get to Northwestern. Would you want to bring your, 4 or 5-year-old kid on Northwestern where there's parked cars on the side and at certain times of day? It can get a little busy with people taking that route directly down to Main or Street or going up to the high school. I just have a little concern that for certain cyclists at certain times of day, that could be a little iffy. Then, the 9th Street to from Northwestern over to Grand is very, very nice. Doesn't have much traffic at pretty much any time of day I've been on it, which I run and bike and walk on this route significant amounts of time. The section between Grand and Duff on 9th Street is similar to Northwestern. While the parked cars don't kind of poke out into the road as much as on Northwestern, the lanes are narrow enough that on the north-hand side of the road, you're basically driving on the curb if you were to have a full 3 cars across. So if you had much traffic along with it's a bus route. So again, when you're talking about a kid, would you want to take your 5-year-old kid on that? Well, it depends on the time of day. Then on the other side of Duff, I think it's a perfectly great road for, you know, this perfectly shared use instance. And then the route going up to 13th Street, Maxwell's a good road with no issues the way it is. But you get dumped onto 13th Street there, you're kind of at a dead end. The traffic's flowing pretty quickly on 13th Street, most of the time faster than the speed limit, I would say. It's not a good visibility. Cars pop up over that hill pretty quickly. You have to cross the road to get either north in the neighborhood and go up a block or 2 and then go back down to get to the shared use path, or use a narrow and somewhat bumpy sidewalk to get down, you know, where you'd be picking up speed down a hill. So that doesn't seem very optimal to me there. And going through the cemetery is okay, so long as I think Dave addressed some of the points there. The other point, our community members who have loved ones there are going to feel comfortable with that being a bicycling route. I mean, I don't know. And then there is a section there down by the maintenance facility that's gravel. The final thing with that route is when you get again to cross 13th Street, you're again got high-speed traffic and people popping down over the hill. It can be difficult to cross there. So I just wanted to make sure that people were aware of these concerns with this route. I don't know much about the route on the north side. So I just wanted to share the concerns, and you know, I understand the rationale for doing it, but I just hope that we can have a more specific bike facility and think about, you know, very uncomfortable cyclists or kids, you know, people like that when we're looking at these bike facilities, and not just, you know, people like me who honestly, I'm comfortable riding and sometimes maybe ride where I shouldn't be, but I'd like it to be comfortable for all cyclists. So thank you for your time, and that's it.
Thank you, Kelly.
Welcome.
Is there anything else, Brian?
Mayor, I do not see anyone else with their hand raised.
Okay. I apologize. I probably should have had John share this map. I didn't know Kelly was going to go into such excellent detail in terms of describing it. So, but with no more public input, we will close public input. Council, any further questions or comments for John, or would it be beneficial to have the map up for any kind of conversation going forward? Okay, I entertain a motion then.
Move alternative 1.
Which is, for the record?
Direct staff to proceed with the signing of 9th and 16th Street as alternative parallel bike routes to this project.
Second.
Betcher seconded. Thank you. Further discussion? All right, roll call, please.
John,
Aye.
Corey,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Edie Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Barton,
Aye.
Okay, moving on to item 33, events, facilities, and service closures related to COVID-19. I think that's Steve and Brian.
Hey, Brian, I'll take over.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and council members. Tonight, the council is being asked to evaluate a very complex and difficult set of policy decisions surrounding whether and how to restart city activities. And so just for background, I'd like to take a few moments. For 2 months now, city facilities have been closed to the public, and events on city streets have been curtailed or suspended completely, and many city programs have been halted. And staff is seeking direction now from the council as to whether any of those activities should resume now or in the coming months. You will recall that the state has imposed a number of public health restrictions on activities. And I think it's important to emphasize that the questions for the city council tonight don't involve the activities of private businesses. Instead, we're asking the council about the city's own operations and activities on city property, which is ultimately under the control of the city council. And there is a lot of material in the staff report, but ultimately, I think there are a couple of different ways that the city council could approach these issues. One way to approach it might be to make a broad decision to say that city facilities remain closed and city programs remain halted through what staff has recommended July 1st, and events on city property would be prohibited through the remainder of the summer into until September 1st. That is a broad sweeping way to approach these questions. The council might decide that that approach is too blunt. And so another way to look at these questions is to take each facility, each program, each event one by one and come up with a way to evaluate whether it should proceed or whether it should reopen individually. And so staff has come up with some criteria that the council could use to do that. If the council wants to take that kind of an approach, then the first question is whether you agree with the evaluation criteria that staff has put together. They're different for events than they are for facilities, and those are different than they are for city programs. So first, it's whether you would agree with those criteria as being the right criteria to look at. And then the second question is whether you agree with the conclusions that we've come up with for the dozen or so specific programs and facilities and activities that we've listed in the report. And then the third question, if you wanted to take this approach, is to consider whether in the future for all the other facilities and programs and activities, you would like the council to consider how to evaluate these, and you'd like us to bring these back to you to decide, or if you would want to delegate that responsibility for staff to go through, evaluate them, and decide. And whether you take that broad approach and say that things continue to be suspended until July or September, or if you take the issue by issue approach, our analysis shows that perhaps some of the conclusions are going to be the same. But whatever the council decides, it's important to emphasize that staff feels pretty strongly about two specific principles. One is to note that city facilities, we do not believe, are ready to reopen to the public on May 15th. And that's for a couple of reasons. One, we need more time to get equipment and supplies in place. Things like barriers at customer service windows, cleaning supplies, and hand sanitizer, things of that nature. And then we also need some more time to prepare to transition employees back into a face-to-face customer interaction mode. Many or a number of employees are working remotely or have been working from a distance with customers over the phone or online. And so we would need some more time to make sure that we have the appropriate staffing to handle face-to-face customer interactions. And we also think that there are some activities like tours of the utilities, tours of the police department, tours of fire stations. Those we believe strongly are too risky to restart at any time soon. So we'd recommend that those be suspended even as far as the end of this calendar year while we get a handle on the extent of the virus here in the community. The other important principle to emphasize is that if the council wishes to open up programs and activities on city property, there may be additional restrictions or conditions that you apply in exchange for approving an event. Things like extra safety precautions, extra rules for social distancing and things of that nature. And we would prefer that you not rely on city staff, particularly the police department, to enforce those restrictions. We don't want to place staff in a position where they are having unnecessary increased contact with the public to enforce those types of things, because it creates another opportunity for us to put staff at risk, and we would like to avoid that so that we can continue meeting our goal of providing ongoing essential services. And so as a final comment, I understand it's difficult to evaluate all of this information. I think this is a 75-page report with lots of data in it for you. And so I don't envy the position that you're in to make a decision. But as mentioned in the report, one other concern on staff's mind is the impact that our city actions, city organization actions might have on the status of the virus in the community come this fall. And so a lingering concern is that if Ames has an outbreak over the summer, that could play a major role in ISU's ability to start in-person classes this fall. And even short of that, could also factor into individual student and parent decisions about whether to attend classes this fall, even if ISU does restart. And we know how critical ISU enrollment is to the local economy. And so as a result of that, we're taking a pretty cautious approach in this analysis, in part due to the risk of impacts to ISU in the coming months. So that should provide you the background about how we approach this. This all came together very quickly. And again, I'm sure this is a lot of information and difficult to analyze, but we're happy to work through this with you and answer any questions that you might have so that we can take our next steps.
Brian, I'll start. Could you drill down a little bit on any input that we have received from Iowa State, specifically on this issue? I think this is a very important issue that you raised about basically bringing half our town back.
Yeah.
And so I'm very concerned, and the issue of the complexity cannot be underscored. I have people emailing me thinking that this whole virus thing is a hoax. There's really nothing to it. Open up the city. And I have people think the sky is falling and the world is about to come to an end and we all need to be wearing suits. And so it's very, very difficult for us to navigate this. But I'd like to specifically look at the ISU component because we really need to be sensitive to our partners on campus.
Well, we have not talked with ISU about their thoughts about city hall opening, city facilities opening, events on city property. We have talked to them about the fact that we are evaluating this and that we were taking this to the council for a decision. One specific area that we have talked to ISU about is related to the 4th of July fireworks. That's the next big event on the horizon for us, in which there are a lot of people who avail themselves of ISU's property to view the fireworks. That's not by invitation. ISU sort of deals with that influx of people, but that has never been an official location for people to go to watch the fireworks. And we talked with ISU and the ACBB last week about whether it might be possible to have that event safely and successfully. And the concern, I think from ISU's standpoint, is legitimate. They're concerned that that event in particular creates a lot of contact between ISU police and the public. People in that parking lot turn it into kind of a tailgating atmosphere, and it generates calls for service similar to a tailgate during a football weekend. There are alcohol issues, there are fireworks issues, there's a lot of issues. And their concern is putting their staff in close contact with people in that parking lot, and whether that might impact their ability to have the staff to resume classes in the fall. I think ISU, if I could characterize their position, it is that their focus is doing everything possible to be able to resume classes in the fall. If that doesn't happen, that's going to have a huge impact. So that's the concern that we also share as city staff. I think that if there is an impediment to ISU being able to resume classes because of an outbreak in the community or because of a lack of staffing of essential folks, that's going to be pretty damaging. And so as we look at what kinds of decisions or what kind of options the council has, there are some negative impacts of tightening down events, not having events, of limiting the customer service opportunities at city facilities. There are negative impacts of not having city programs. It's a less enriching environment, but economically, it might not be as significant. And if it has a chance of helping us get to the fall and ISU being able to resume classes normally, we think that might be worth it to proceed and to be more cautious.
Others?
Thank you, Brian.
I see Keith is on here, and I had a question about the fitness facilities and the pool, etc. I noticed as I was going through the data from the survey that was taken, it didn't seem like there was a real outcry to open most things. It was sort of 47% no, 52% yes, or the opposite, which doesn't say that there's a groundswell of people who want to come back to those facilities, at least among those who were surveyed. So if you think about that data, is there anything that stands out to you? And I think I know what you're going to say, but it seems like most facilities don't have a strong push to reopen.
Yeah, looking at the data that we got, it was a lot of good information that we received. Aquatics was really about one of the only facilities, especially the aquatic center. I think 62% people said that they would come back to that. But we have a large contingency of lap swimmers who we could probably do some social distancing. We have ACAC who would love to get back in the water. Again, with practices, they can do some things, with that. But overall, I have not received a lot of comments, emails, phone calls. The conversations that I've had, have been maybe more on the side of, hey, we like what the city is doing. We like the cautious approach. And whatever you do, make sure what you're doing, what's good for the community. So that's what we're hearing. Now, we have some facilities. We have people that are wanting to and have been booking ice time, at the ice arena, and that's probably the facility that of our facilities would probably be the one that we could probably get going the soonest. Just from a rental standpoint, we wouldn't do public skates right away. Because we're not ready, like Brian had mentioned, we don't have some of the precautions, in place to do that. So for the most part, I think Tim, you hit it on the head earlier. There are some people that want to get back and doing something right away, but there are a lot of people on the other side as well. And from a programming standpoint, again, most of the people that responded to the program, there were more no's than yeses. To be coming back right away. And even with the yeses, if we don't have some of the precautions put in place, we don't know, even if half of the people say, yes, we would come back, if we would really get half of the people coming back when we did start offering those programs. So it's kind of, there's still a lot of unknowns and what those programs would look like. We're still waiting for the CDC, the IDPH. We're getting a lot of information from different organizations, USA Softball, US Rink Association, that are providing a lot of guidance of how we should do things when the decision is made, to open back up.
So one other question, and I don't know whether this is something for you, Keith, or something for Brian. As I was looking at the criteria and the sorts of issues that are assessed, the questions that we ask, one of the things that struck me that may be more relevant to the Parks and Rec facilities than some other facilities is that we aren't really looking at, is there shared equipment? Or is there the potential for those touch spots, touch zones, whatever you call them, the places where there's that shared space that people are touching? And it seems like that would be a significant question, at least for our Parks and Rec facilities. I don't know whether that's something that's woven into the other aspects of this, or it maybe doesn't rise to the level of one of the questions for assessment.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the things one of the criteria is, what precautions are in place. That's one of the questions that we ask, one of the criteria. We'll say when we're having conversations about any of our facilities, those high touch points and equipment has been at the focal point of all of our conversations. And that's probably one of the things that concern us the most when we do things, because, even at the aquatic center, we're talking, if we do this, CDC has come out with some information and, said all equipment after use, after a single use, should be cleaned. Well, there's no way that we can clean inner tubes or tubes in a lazy river, the tube slides after every time. We have to have restrooms and locker rooms open, but there are a lot of high touch points in there, faucets, the showers, the benches, and everything makes it going to make it very difficult, to be able to clean. Even with a T-ball program, helmets, bats, equipment that we've, have supplied traditionally. There is, we're talking about with fitness classes that providing no mats anymore. If somebody takes a yoga class, they have to bring their own mat. If there's, one of the things that we saw today is that if there's touching of the floor, participants need to bring a towel or a mat with them. So they aren't touching the floor, they're touching their own, equipment. One of the downsides of having people bring their own equipment is the equity for some of our disadvantaged, families and youth that aren't able to provide, some of that equipment. So in some cases, we're looking at how do we still provide equipment, make sure that everybody has that opportunity, but we do it in a safe way. So we have definitely, Glory, have had that conversation with all of our discussions. I don't know if Brian, if you want to add anything to that.
Keith, I might just mention that even bringing your own equipment means they may not have been disinfected either. So you're actually potentially bringing in contaminated items and laying them on the floor, which could actually cause, a spread as well too. So anyway, Brian, are you going to add something to it? Go. I'm sorry.
As we were looking at the programs, we were also evaluating, do we have the staff necessary to dedicate to regular cleaning intervals of those high touch point areas? Do we have the supplies? Do we have enough disinfecting agents and wipes and hand sanitizer and all those things that we would need in place? So it is embedded in there. It's tough. It is tough to make a blanket determination about all Parks and Rec programs in that evaluation because they're different. But I think those questions would be evaluated that you had mentioned, Gloria.
Other questions, comment? Amber, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question for Brian, and this sort of piggybacks off what we're talking about, but have you done any digging into the city's ability to get PPE or cleaning supplies and things like thermometers and started looking at the burn rate of how you would use those items? I just know that at my organization, and we're classified as healthcare, we have an incredibly difficult time obtaining any PPE and sanitizing supplies. And the stuff that we do have, we're just going through it at an enormous rate.
Well, we have had a difficult time obtaining thermometers for city staff. I think we had to order at least a couple dozen through a number of different orders to just try to see which one could get here first. And that took maybe 3 weeks before we got the first ones here to the city. We have, I think we have good supplies of things like spray disinfectants. Things like wipes are still in short supply. Masks are, I don't think we would be able to get masks in a sufficient quantity to be able to hand out to participants. We have been focusing on trying to get masks for city staff so that people can interact with one another in offices when necessary. But it is a challenge. All of these kinds of supplies and materials and equipment are the same kinds that every other organization. So that's why at a minimum for things like city facilities, City Hall, the library, we think we need more time to get those kinds of things in place, to establish the routines, to get protective shields in place, to figure out whether we want to do phased openings and only have certain parts of a building open, because that might be less that we would have to disinfect if we had somebody come in exhibiting COVID-like symptoms. With the programs where there would be participants, that is a tough evaluation to figure out, and I'm not sure that we're there yet.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions or comments?
If you're done, we could lead you through some decision making, if we could.
Yeah.
So
well, we're gonna also we'll want to take some public input.
Public input. I'm sorry.
But I want to get initial comments, and then I think it'd be very helpful, Steve, to have you walk us through that.
Right.
Council, anything else? Questions, comments, David?
If I could just make some introductory comments, I'm interested in hearing from the public too on this, but I'm very impressed with this part of the staff report. And I think that, I mean, this staff report part of the agenda, I just think that you've done a really good job of figuring out what is possible and what's problematic and why. And I think that you're making some good, decisions based on the evidence you have at the moment. I really have a lot of confidence in the way staff is approaching this. I think it's healthy for Ames generally. I will, continue to talk about the farmers market. I think that is in a different category of things than sort of everything else that we're talking about, simply because of its outdoor nature and that it's sort of slow. It's not a mosh pit. It's, we can come back to this topic and talk about it specifically if there's interest. But I think that everything else looks, just looks really strong, and slow-paced outdoor activities are just kind of a different category. But let's come back to this after we've heard from others.
Anybody else? All right, let's go ahead and open up public comment. I'm sure that we have some people that would like to offer input. And so just by way of reminder, if you introduce yourself, your name and address, and then if you can endeavor to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. So Brian, we'll see if there's anyone that wants to address council. And also, I think also as a point of clarification, it'd be helpful if you're talking about opening up in general, or if it's a specific facility or event, such as David mentioned, farmers market or the library or band concert. If you could identify what you want to talk about this evening in your comments.
Mayor, I have one person who would like to speak, Taylor.
Okay.
Taylor, you are free to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, thank you. My name is Taylor Carlson. I'm at 1809 Northwestern.
Thank you, Taylor. Go ahead.
First, I wanted to thank you. I tuned into this meeting specifically for this, and I just want to say how happy I am that Brian and the rest of the council is considering closures until July 1st, especially sweeping closures. It certainly puts my mind at ease. I understand the point that the councilman is making about the farmers market, but I do think the problem is the more that we get into the nitty gritty, the more that the people of the community might say, oh, if it's okay to do one thing, it's going to be okay to do these other things. So it might be from what I have seen from going outside, many people already aren't adhering to government recommended regulations. I wish that I could say that I have more faith that people would do this if we gave them the chance, but I don't. I also want to speak to specifically ISU. I work at DMAC Ankeny, their Ankeny campus, and I do know that they are preparing for, at the very least, blended and possibly fully online classes in the fall because of outbreak. I know that ISU is probably doing, having similar thoughts. So again, that's another reason I'm really in favor of total closure until July 1. I think it's a great idea. And I think that other counties and schools and towns might follow Ames' example, which would really help people across Iowa. So I just wanted to thank you. I very much support closing everything until July 1. Thank you so much, Brian, and the rest of the council.
Thank you. Susan, anybody else would like to? And this, just for everyone's information, this is the time to talk. If you want to talk about farmers market or anything else, now is the time to talk, because once you close public comment, there'll be no more public comment tonight on this topic.
Yes, we have another speaker, Michael. Michael, you're allowed to talk. Please unmute.
Hi, I'm Mike Gorman, 125 South Hazel Avenue. My comment is just in regards to the farmers market specifically. I think it's worth mentioning, or if we could possibly get separate discussion on the market as compared to city facilities or other programs and activities. Just from the vendor perspective, there's a vast amount of concerns that range from whether or not the council's concern is liability to the city, whether it's the safety of patrons, the safety or the extended livelihood of vendors. We've had, understandably, lots of information back and forth, and it's gone from the concern that it might be a licensing issue for certain types of vendors to whether it be general public safety as a whole. Now, understandably, whether it's the ability of the market as an entity to control a safe perimeter and to be able to conduct itself without putting a burden on the city staff, whether it be police or other staff. So I guess the concern from the vendor perspective would be if you could provide insight to what the largest concern is at this point, so we could then kind of formulate an answer that focuses on those questions in the notes, such as the is it allowed under the governor's proclamation, attendees that are expected, density, do organizers and even private vendors within the event have equipment and supplies for increased hygiene, and so on, but without knowing a direction of to direct a specific plan of action. So that would be, any input would be great.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
Sure.
We have another speaker, Joe. You've been unmuted. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, my name is Joe Wires, 1210 28th Street. Touch base, really wanted to hear how this conversation is going, and I appreciate it in so many ways. I think you're doing your recommendation of waiting till July 1 all around makes a lot of sense, and I appreciate it. However, at the same time, I heard there wasn't a lot of people that have emailed or asked about the ice arena in particular, and I want to at least give at least one advocate for that, because it is quite different than all other facilities. Youth, especially for the hockey players, but also even for figure skaters, very few touching. Most figure skaters wear gloves. All hockey players have their own helmets, have their gloves. They're fully clothed. The worst of it would be the potential of breathing upon each other, at least with the youth and others. And so, in everything I've read, and I consider myself fairly learned and well read up on. It seems something, and one small step or something that could begin opening up whenever the governor's recommendations allow for it.
Thank you.
We have a phone call. The last number is 991. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Rodney Snitcher, address 2857 Little Wall Lake Road in Jewel. I'm a vendor at the farmer's market. My wife vends and my two teenage daughters vend in a separate booth as well. So the point I wanted to kind of make is, my own family, plus there's a lot of local farmers that vend at the market that their livelihood depends on being able to vend. And I think one of the main things we got to keep in mind here is just the issue of choice. I really think that the residents of Ames ought to have the ability to make the choice on where they buy their food. If you look at what goes on at Fairway, Hy-Vee, Wheatsfield, Walmart, every day with the handling of food, people buying it, taking it home, eating it, it's no different than what goes on at the farmer's market. But there is one difference, and that is the fact that it's open air, outdoor at the farmer's market. So just that fact alone eliminates a lot of the risk that you would have if it was inside in an enclosed space. So I just wanted to point out that difference and just remind you that not only does people's livelihoods depend on being able to vend, but also the ability of residents just to have a choice on where they can buy their food. So I just wanted to add that and just urge you to allow the market at least to open as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Rodney. Susan, anybody else?
I do not see any other hands up.
Would you review again for people if they're on the phone or on computer, how they can go ahead and access it to raise their
hand? If you are on the phone, please hit *9. If you are zooming in, please push the raise hand button on your computer. Okay, we have another guest who would like to speak. This is Steve. Steve, you're in. Please unmute.
Hi, this is Deanna Mayfield. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Deanna. Your address, please?
2226 Cottonwood Road.
Thank you.
I am the president of the Ames Figure Skate Club. So my main comments are about the ice arena. Whatever you choose, obviously we respect opinion and we value the safety of our community, of course. We have been looking at other ice arenas in the Midwest of what policies they've been using as they reopen their facility. And there have been several that we've we've gotten mainly from rinks in Minnesota where they have, limited people on the ice and things like that. If the city is able to open the ice arena, we would be very happy to work with them on, some possible modified rentals scenarios with just a limited number of skaters and things like that, if that were a possibility.
Anything else?
Nope, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Susan, is the next person Joshua Dobbs?
Yes. Yes, I'm here. Joshua Dobbs, 106 7th Street. My wife is concerned about the pool reopening. She'd like to see it reopened, but she would like to see it done in a safe manner. And I don't know if this is the proper arena for it, but if City Hall were to remain closed, I'd have Susan, my wife, and I would have no way of paying our electric bill online.
Okay. Anything else?
Is there any time? I don't know if there would be any timetable for the library to be open. Are we looking at a phased reopening there?
That'll be discussed here once public comment is done.
Okay. Okay. I don't have much else to say except that I want to thank you all for your time and thank you for listening to the residents of Ames.
Thank you, Joshua. Appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
Susan, anybody else?
I do not see any other hands up. Again, *9 if you're on the telephone, or push the raise hand button if you'd like to speak. Mayor, I do not see any other interested people speaking.
Okay, just for everyone's information, once we close public input, we will be done for this evening, talking about this item from a public standpoint. Okay, we will go ahead and close public comment. Before we go any further, staff, can you talk about just Joshua's comment about can't pay bill online, electric bill, and they would come in? Is there another alternative, or how would you suggest they proceed to make arrangements for that?
Yeah, we have the drop box that's located out in front of City Hall where we can take payments.
Or maybe for water and for utilities?
Yes, for water and electric.
Okay.
And if for some reason we needed to make special arrangements or get more details, people are welcome to call the utility customer service phone number, and the staff can work through what options there might be to make arrangements for utility bill payments.
Do you have a phone number by any chance for that, or is there a way
I don't recall that one off the top of my head. I think Steve's looking it up, maybe.
239-5120.
Oh, say that again, Susan.
515-239-5120.
So if he calls 239-5120, he can talk to somebody and get something worked out in terms of getting his bill paid.
Yes.
Okay, good. 'Cause I think it's important that if people don't have access, I know council's been sensitive to the fact that some people may not be able to get services online, that there's alternatives to doing that. So thank you. Okay, Steve, you're going to kind of walk us through some things, and
if we could, let's walk through it in reverse order, if you would. I'd like to start with just think of us as employers with employees and our readiness to open up our our major offices to the public. And we've told you, we don't think we have the necessary equipment in place to do that right now. So I think we could get support from you not to open up the city offices now. I'm talking about the city offices, the Parks and Rec offices, all the utility offices, animal control operation, all those other facilities we have. We'll keep firm. We'll take the ice arena and Furman separately right now.
How about the library? How about the
Just all those
library?
others. Pardon me?
How about the library?
And
Was
the
that-
library, the library's in there too, to keep it all closed. We won't open it any sooner than July 1st, and the world could change, and maybe we'll have to extend that. But right now, we need at least that much time to organize ourselves to protect the public and our employees. Now, as you know, many of the services could continue. We are providing services, and we'll continue to provide it through Zoom meetings with people who have to meet with us. We do have drop boxes and other things that people can't deal with us over the internet. So we can continue providing services on the interim basis. I think it's important that we do this. As far as the library, I think in talking to the director there, that even though the library will be closed till July 1st, they're prepared, or they're planning a program where they can have drop-offs and pickups that will take place in the front of the library. Many cities are doing that. So they're putting in the finishing touches on that. That program will be in place prior to July 1st. So while the building might be open, we can have circulation continuing from that regard. So we're looking at a kind of a phased approach there. So we really need your support on this July 1st. No opening those facilities no earlier than July 1st. If you could give a motion on that at the right time, that would be helpful. In terms of parks and recreation facilities, we're asking you, Keith has a myriad of programs. Now, don't think of the ice arena. Don't think of the Furman right now. Just think of all the aerobics classes, gymnastics classes, volleyball, softball. I guess what we're asking you is we're going to have him in the next couple of weeks apply the criteria you've seen, and then make judgments on whether he wants to open those programs immediately, or he has to delay, or maybe not open at all. The alternative then is we can have those recommendations ready to you and bring them back to you, and you can go through the whole list of them and authorize them one at a time, or you can just delegate to us based on that criteria. Now, I'm not talking about the ice arena or the Furman right now. Think of all the other programs we have. So you'll have to decide on that, which way you want to go with that, okay? Or you want to trust us to evaluate, use that criteria, add to the criteria, and make decisions that way administratively. Or do you want to come back on a case-by-case basis to you? And then we could talk about the ice arena in more specifics now. The ice arena and Furman. I think you've followed us on the kind of the challenge we have on the swimming pool. If you'd like to hear more about it, from staffing to the requirements now that would actually prohibit us from doing a lot of things in terms of training our staff to get them ready, even if we'll have a staff available. Even if you told us today it would take 3 to 4 weeks to get people ready. So if we don't open until July 1st, we might not, it'll take another couple of weeks for that too. So we're not saying you have to make a decision to close it down. It doesn't look like we'll be able to pull this off. We're trying to find out what other cities are doing. Everybody's kind of waiting. Remember, whatever I say on all these things, the governor hasn't changed her mind and allow us to even have social gatherings more than 10 people right now. I'm assuming she's going to lift that, and it may go up to 50, let's say. That still would eliminate some of our bigger programs. So we have a lot of unknowns yet. So you could save us a lot of trouble if you just said we're not going to open up Furman for the rest of the year. But I don't know if you want to do that. I think we need some more information. I'm pessimistic whether it'll all fall in place, but we're not saying you make a definitive answer right now. We'll have to report to you sooner than July 1st on this particular issue. We'll know more what the governor does, and Keith has a lot of other entities that give him guidance, such as the Red Cross and another kind of association. So we can hold off on that, but we'll have to make a decision soon, because we're going to be getting into late July or August before we can even open. And then how long we'll be able to keep our staff, even if they come back, how long we'll keep them in August. So it'll be a very short season. The ice arena, I guess that's up for you, Keith. You want to see about the ice arena? You said we could, I know there's a lot of space in there. On all these, I can't guarantee you that we will be able to assure appropriate social distancing. Try as we might, people are going to get within that area, and you may get complaints from people, parents who aren't in support of that, saying, why is the city allowing that to happen? Come out and enforce that. And I just don't want to get us in a position where we have to forcibly remove people on something that's going to happen. Whether you're in the Furman or if you're the ice arena, there's no doubt people are going to be crossing over in paths and coming closer. That's probably allowed. If you're willing to live with that, I certainly am, but it's going to be tough for us to enforce.
Steve, you're going to ask Keith to talk about the ice arena. I'd be curious to know, what are you going to do with the showers and the restroom facilities? And from what I heard you say earlier, was every time it's used, it has to be sanitized. So I'm just curious, and all this, I mean, my prior profession, I did help out with some work in the ice arena, in particular in the locker rooms. And the point is that it's just is really, if it's spread by, vapors, I mean, there's just a lot of vapors in that area. So can you talk about that as you're mentioning at least the ice arena by itself?
Right. Now, one of the things that in looking and with Deanna's comments, we've been looking at some of the same information. I mentioned earlier, U.S. Rink Association has given us some guidelines in regards to reopening, what to do. Talks about hockey, talks about figure skating, and so on. So some of the things, there are some rinks that what they're doing is the participants get dressed out in the parking lot in their cars, or they come dressed. They come into the facility, they get on the ice, and as soon as their practice is done, they go back to their cars. They go immediately outside the facility, and they don't even use locker rooms. That's maybe the extreme side. So they can come in and then leave. If we do use the locker rooms, if we say we have 4 teams that want to practice at different times, we'd give one team a locker room, and they would use that locker room, and then this next team comes in, we would give them a different locker room, and so on, and then we would have to sanitize the locker rooms after they're done. Now, we wouldn't be able to if multiple people are showering. It's not possible to go in and sanitize the showers, right after every time somebody showers. But we would not do public skate. I don't think that's when Steve was talking about social distancing. I don't think that's going to be possible. If anybody's ever been out there for a public skate, we really have to limit how many people are out there, because we could have 300 people in the facility at a time. What Deanna was talking about with some of the figure skating club, sometimes we can get down to 10 or 15 people at a time, and there are rinks that what they're doing is they are cordoning off portions of the ice. So certain people just use certain portions of the ice. So I think as far as ice time, I think we could do it. We'd have to really work through, how do we utilize locker rooms? Do we let them use locker rooms? Do they just come in, dressed, get on the ice, and then leave without using some of those areas that have the high touch points?
For restrooms too, you open the restrooms?
Yeah, restrooms, I think we would have to have open if we have the facility open. But that would be another point, because faucet handles, can all need to be touched. The different stalls and so on. So there would be out of all of our facilities, I think it'd probably be the easiest one to do, but it doesn't come with challenges. There still are going to be challenges to open up that facility.
I don't watch much hockey, but hockey seems to be a contact sport, and I'm having a very hard time envisioning. I mean, figure skating might be one thing, But just, just if we're trying to really, if council's really wrestling with, trying to avoid, contact, that's something I'm sure the council will take into consideration. So.
Yeah. Well, and one of the things too is right now, what people are looking for is not necessarily having or conducting hockey games. What it is skills and practices, and that could be one of the things that we could institute is that, if you're going to come in, it's all going to be skill training, puck handling, skating practice, those types of things. And there are no contact type of activities. That could be another thing that we could institute.
Okay, thank you.
Keith, does ISU have anything to say about what happens with the ice arena?
No, we have conversation with Mike Giles from Rec Services, but really the agreement that we have with ISU, obviously the facility is jointly owned between the university and the city, but the city does manage it. So we can make these decisions without getting approval from the university, but we do keep them in up to speed and let them know what we're thinking and have conversation with them.
Sorry, I think Steve, I shouldn't ask the question right away because got you off track. You're going down the list.
Yeah.
You're going to like events and farmers markets too, I think.
We'll get to the events, but so think about the ice arena and Furman. There's 3 options for each one. You can make your mind up right now. We're not going to open it for the whole summer, let's say. Or you could say, we're going to open it right away. Tell us to get ready to open it right away. Each one of those are separate decisions. Or you could say, hey, buy us a little more time, see what's happening out of the world, come back and report in a week or 2. We'll know more. We'll have better ideas rather than make a decision on those 2 facilities right now. So that's how you can handle. That's the second group I talked about in decision making. So one's the July 1st. Then it's the ice arena, Furman, and letting the recreation programs be decided by the Parks and Rec Department if you want to. And then we get to the big one, then it's the events. And again, that's all going to be predicated on what the governor says. And even when the governor says you can do you can have a certain use, we're only talking about it if it exists on public property, city property, not public property, city property, of which you control. So you can be more stringent than the governor say. You can deny the closing of a street, the use of a park for large gatherings. So people ask, what's our primary goal here? It's to try to protect our citizens and our employees from further outbreak or spread of the virus. And we think it's more likely to happen in large gatherings where we cannot control the crowd. We can't separate them. And that's likely to happen in some of the events that we'll describe for you. That's what our goal is. Not to take the chance, not to take the risk. People will still, with the governor's edict coming, I'm sure we'll still have the ability to socialize with friends and relatives in greater numbers. I'm thinking it's going to be relaxed. The businesses will be opened up, so commerce will be opened up again. We're only talking about what you can do to limit large gatherings, and there are hundreds, thousands if you do think about the 4th of July parade. That's all we're attempting to do. It's a very cautious approach, and people might not agree with that. So, Brian's given you all these programs that we know about, these events. We've tried to list them. What we're really trying to do is get ahead of this. You could just make a decision, we're not going to have anything till July 4th. But people are planning ahead. So I'm trying to give them certainty. If they have something out there in July or August, is it better for them to know that you're not going to allow it now? Or are you going to have them hang on until July 1st? We'll make a decision. Or maybe we'll extend it July 15th. So I'm trying to give them certainty, which I think will help. More and more of the larger events throughout the state are canceling, if you notice. I keep sending you a couple as we go along, we hear about them. But it's up to you, and certainly we can go through it case by case. We try to give you our application of the criteria and where we came down on interpreting it. If you disagree, you need to tell us, but it would be good to give some direction on these, so we could tell the people who are coming in now with these events what to expect. Now, for ones we don't know about that aren't on this list, there's two ways we can handle it. You could say, city staff, you apply the criteria, make your decision whether you're going to allow those or not, or bring those to us each time and we'll apply the criteria and make the final decision. So I just think the ones we have before you now, we know are in the mix. They need direction. Can they count on it being open or not? The sooner you could tell them either way, the better it's going to be for them. So I don't know how you want to handle that. That's a tougher one. If you want to go each one of them, or just go on with our consideration, or you want to add criteria and think about it. I hear there's some discussion about the pulling out the farmers market, which I agree is can be characterized differently as an event. My only concern about that event is in the correspondence I think you received, they just don't have enough volunteers to handle their own operation, plus enforcing any stringent requirements you place on them. We don't have the capabilities to start enforcing these private events. And I certainly don't want to subject my police department, for a lot of reasons, either become combatants with people who violate those separation rules, or I don't even want them to come in contact with a lot of people. I'm trying to keep them separated so we don't, they can get affected by the virus. So I don't know how you want to handle that group. You want to handle them all, just pull out one? You might.
Let me suggest this to you. I think that I appreciate the grouping. I think to take the city hall and all city facilities as a group makes a lot of sense. Then your Parks and Recreation, then Furman and Ice Arena can be separate in terms of discussion.
Right.
And then on your events, I would suggest Farmers Market being pulled out, but you have the 4th of July, you have Art Walk. One challenge we have is I think the velo, that was talked about 2 weeks ago, and we gave permission on that already. So that one we would.
It was all conditional. It was conditional. We tried to warn them about that.
Okay. So, all right. So anyway.
But excuse me, that we might have left some out because I know there's normal concerts at Roosevelt Park. That would not be allowed.
Yeah, we got the band shell. I mean,
And you still have the municipal band as it's currently configured. You know, we can't support it. So you could go through those or however you want to handle it. This is tougher, I understand.
So let's council. Let's talk about. I guess actually a bigger brushstroke is does council want to weigh in on these topics, or do you want to just defer to staff, give them principles, and then let them go from here on out? And we could just alternative number one, option one. I think it would have to be option one and option two would have to be approved. One would be this option one is, city facilities and suspensions, and then agreeing with city staff or staff conclusions on the report for other things. But let's first of all talk about, do you want to continue to, do you want to be involved, and to what extent, as a discussion to start with, and then we'll start going with that will determine whether or not we go down and drill into these different categories or not.
I mean, I think the easiest one is to continue closures of city facilities, the ones that Steve referenced first, and through July 1st at a minimum, and and then we can talk.
So the point is, you would be more in favor of just talking through these different groups, not just saying carte blanche, just saying.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think that it makes sense to separate some of them.
Okay.
No problem right now saying continue to maintain closures of city facilities through July 1. And then I think, we may have some more things to say about the other categories.
Okay. All right. Does everyone agree with that? You wanted? I see nodding heads. We're just going to go ahead and go that direction.
Oh, can you make a motion?
So I would move that we continue with the current closures of city facilities. That would not include Furman and the Ice Arena. through a minimum of July 1.
Second.
Okay. Discussion?
Steve, I want to, as we go through here, I want to ask a hard question for a lot of them, and that is trying to tease out the law of unintended consequences. So, are there things that are going to be impacted in terms of delivery of city services as a council we just need to make sure that we're considering when we go forward with this?
Well, you've got some experience now. We're going to continue what we've been doing now. So we have tried to provide continuity of service, whether even the Zoom broadcast is as effective as a face-to-face council meeting, it's not. But have you received complaints that we haven't been keeping up? I don't think so. So you've had a test for the past couple of months. Could we do better when we open it all up? Yes, I think we can. It's the you're waiting it's a wait here on taking a risk of opening it up and risking employees and also the public getting exposed to the virus, or taking this protection. So the service is not as good as it can be, but is it adequate enough that we can protect ourselves for the next couple of months? That's what you have to decide.
Good, thank you.
Steve, implicit in the motion is it's understood that the library is working on trying to deliver some additional services, that by this motion, it would not preempt them from trying to do some creative ways of drive up, picking up books or whatever. If they're just
Deb's here. She's been talking to Sheila, I think. Have you, Deb, on this?
Good evening.
Hi, Deb.
Hi. Yes, Sheila has been working with her board and her staff on a phased-in approach to library services, and the curbside pickup is the first step in that approach, and she would like to start that on Monday, if at all possible. She is trying to align with the city and the other facilities in terms of closure, and then working with getting staff returning to the work site for those staff who are working from home. But if there are some things that can be done in a very safe and thoughtful manner to start opening and start providing some of those services to library patrons, she's got the plan outlined to do that.
I'm sorry, I wasn't clear, because I think the point was that this motion would keep the library closed until July 1st. It's just more or less thinking of ways to do the curbside pickup or delivery, but that would be, it's not if council says library's closed till July 1st, they're not saying they can't access materials in a creative way, but it would not allow them to come in and pick them up, that the library would have that discretion.
Right. Exactly. Yep. They would call and have scheduled appointments and then have the materials available curbside. And then they've been taking dropped off materials all along. So they would continue that as well.
All right. Everyone understand the motion? Just Lori?
Yeah, I just wondered, given Parks and Rec has been offering some of these online classes or Zumba, is that something that would also be continuing during this period?
Yeah.
Regarding the library?
No, you're talking about Parks and Rec now, right?
We'll get that.
Yeah, we would still offer some of those fitness classes online that we have been doing.
Okay. Everyone understand the motion? All right, we're going to have voice votes here now. So those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Okay, now to Parks and Recreation activities.
Yeah, now other than the ice arena and Furman,
right?
I guess we're asking, can the Parks and Rec Department analyze the individual programs they have based on the criteria we've supported you, and make determination whether to provide that service or not? And I guess we're talking about the summer session, right, Keith?
Yes.
Through September 1, or what's the summer session?
Summer session is generally June, July, and August.
And that means we could decide not to have it at all, or he could decide it's gonna take place in 2 months from now or a month from now.
At their discretion, using the criteria that you set forth in the council action form. Is that correct?
Right, Keith?
Yes. Yeah, I think one.
And also the direction they're getting from the other professional associations, they're getting, right?
Right. Yeah, and that's one of the criteria they had. I think the other thing that we have to look at too is depending on how many people we can have in a class. If it's no gatherings of no more than 10, or depending on what those guidelines are, we'd also have to take a look at, is it feasible financially for us to even offer some of these programs? Because if we can only have 4 people or 5 people, it may not make sense. So that would be something that we would evaluate as well when deciding what we would offer.
Yeah.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, I would move that we allow the Parks and Recreation staff to use the evaluation criteria outlined in the staff report to make decisions with regards to Parks and Rec programs.
For how long?
Just say the summer session, I think.
Summer session?
Through August.
Right.
All right, moved by Corey, second by Betcher. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. All right, Furman Aquatic Center.
Yeah, Furman Aquatic Center.
So, Steve, if we're interested in revisiting Furman, what date is realistic to revisit?
Well, I think we may, almost every council meeting have to come back with a little update for you.
Okay.
Maybe something will be there not, so the world will change. Our next council meeting is what, the
26th.
26th? I don't know, Keith, we'll know more than we know now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So a few things with Furman, just in aquatics in general. I think the first thing that we'll learn tomorrow is when the governor makes some announcements. Is she closed, or is she going to allow them to be open? If she continues to close them, that keeps pushing the date further back into the summer of when we could open. The additional thing is with American Red Cross. Right now, they're not allowing any in-water skills training to be done. We have 29 new guards that we're trying to, and 22 of them still need to be certified. So if we can't certify them, that really reduces the number of guards that we have, which may limit our ability to open, or if we do open, it may be at a reduced capacity, with the aquatic center. So there's a number of things, and I think we could have more information on the 26th. But in our conversations, I will tell council that in our conversations with staff, that we feel that the aquatic center is probably the last facility that we should open, because social distancing is going to be very difficult, cleaning is going to be very difficult, and that's just from our perspective. And there are other entities, across the state that have closed their aquatic centers through June. Some are recommending closing for the entire summer. So, but we could bring more information back on May 26th. But those are some of the things that we're all looking at.
And by the way, Keith, we didn't mention the municipal pool. Does it go hand in hand?
Yeah. Now, one of the things, and it mentioned on that page that potentially municipal pool could be opened earlier because we have less staff, that's needed, and we could open it potentially for swimming lessons. We could potentially open it for lap swimming. But some of those things we could open that sooner. But the priority with municipal pool would be to certify all of our staff that need to be certified and train our staff. So if we do choose to open Furman, we're ready to go.
Council, I can share with you that in our telephone call with the Story County mayors last Thursday night, this is probably gonna sound funny, but it's everyone's looking to everybody else for a decision. It's kind of like who's going to go first,
Right.
and just some thoughts that I've had over the last few days and wrestling with this is that one is how in the world are we going to sanitize, or how is staff going to sanitize a bathroom or a wash handle every time it gets used? I mean, the staffing. Secondly is, we were all kids. We all have probably swum, I mean, spraying water and horsing around in the water is part and parcel of the joy of being in a pool. And, I don't know where the school district is at is in terms of opening, but if they decide they want to open up a little earlier, and if we can't open till mid to late June because of keep on postponing it, we're compressing this whole time down to a 5, 6, 7 week time frame. And are we just postponing the inevitable? And do we want to just say, man, we just don't want to do this, but is it just more or less making some decisions and giving staff some clarity and some direction, and we just have to move on because we got other things we got to talk about as well too. But certainly I understand it. But the other question is, if the governor says it's okay, are we going to be comfortable opening it up? I don't think it's really the governor. It's one less. There's a lot of unknown things, social distancing and the pressure on staff and certification. And I don't know. If Keith, you didn't have enough staff available in terms of having a full staff load, because I understand that college students help make up some of your staffing, but I'm just trying to envision how we can provide a healthy environment given the way things happen. And should we just go ahead and make a decision, or should you make a decision and just move on, or do you want to just postpone, as Keith has said, until the 26th? But I do know that, and the other thing is if we open up and others close, are you going to actually have an influx from other counties of people coming from Polk County because they want to go to a pool? And is this one area where you want to say we should really be conservative because it really could be an opportunity for a spread or a surge? But that's my thoughts. It's you would make the motion and decision, but I really think that this is one thing that everyone's kind of looking at everybody else like, what are you going to do? And I just think it's, my sense is it could be inevitably it's going to be closed anyway. But
I have a question about this, and I'm just curious. I mean, we have the governor's guidance, obviously, and the rules from the governor, and then we have our own feelings about, how do we have to clean every part of the bathroom every time it's used? And we're council members, we're not really professionals about this, but I know that the CDC does have specific guidelines about swimming pools and public swimming facilities. And so, I mean, can I just get assurance from you, Keith, that this is something that you're consulting in order to inform your decisions about how, what level of cleaning is actually necessary and what can be handled versus what is just inherently risky?
Right. So the CDC does have information out there, and right now what they talk about is increased frequency of cleaning high touch points. They don't really say how often it needs to be done, but it needs to be done. One of the other things we haven't talked about is that they are recommending that all staff and patrons wear face masks when on the deck. That's another requirement that they have. They're talking about social distancing. So they do have some requirements. And then in regards to our lifeguards are focused on the water. And another one of their recommendations is that you need to bring in additional staff to do that cleaning or to do the social distancing monitoring, which creates an additional expense and an additional need for staff. So David, with everything that we are looking at, I mentioned earlier, USA Softball came out with information. CDC right now says no organized. So yes, we are looking at all of those recommendations when we're making these recommendations.
I figured as much, but I just wanted to bring it out. Thank you.
No.
one thing that strikes me as we're discussing this, and maybe this gets to John's point about nobody seems to want to make the first move. Part of the problem is that there's a question of whether this should be a political decision or whether it should be an administrative decision in the hands of the people who understand the facilities the best. And from my perspective, I think those people who understand the facilities the best should be the ones who are making the decisions based on criteria that they can apply consistently rather than on political decisions on our part, because we maybe think we heard something, but we aren't well versed in the CDC's guidelines. I mean, I think that gets to David's point. So I think in all of this, I would prefer that we consider the administrative level of decision making, because our administrators are the ones who are spending their time coming to grips with these problems when we are off doing our other jobs. And I feel much more comfortable trusting the staff who are working in these facilities and who know the programs and can perhaps make better decisions than I can about these things.
And I don't disagree with that. I just think that we should be there to shelter whatever blowback comes and protect staff from that. And so if we're going to grant that authority, which I don't have an issue with at all, I think it needs to be very clear that we're all in support of that action.
All right, so options include deferring a decision until the 26th, until we get more information and guidance and input from staff, and then we can make a decision. You can decide tonight, and I guess you get to May 26th, and if it's still not really certain, it could also get, delayed further until everyone's comfortable making a decision one way or the other based on the recommendations from staff. If we talked about this enough in terms of Furman, let's make a decision tonight on what you want to, which way you want to go.
I guess I want to follow up on one thing that Keith said. You used pretty strong language. You said that Furman is kind of like the last thing we want to open.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure out how to place that on the absolute scale. Is this tantamount to a staff recommendation that this is a lot of work for something that's never going to happen? Is that something you're saying right now? Or, is it truly kind of, there's still a chance here, and it's something that, we know there's some demand for it, or some interest anyway.
Doesn't really depend on if the world changes in 2 weeks. In other words, right now, I don't see how we could do it. If all those entities change their mind and lighten up the requirements, then maybe there's some life to this. But if you're asking right now, given the requirements we have before us, we don't think we could do it. Is it worth waiting in 2 weeks to see if the world's getting better or not? That's up to you. Right now, I don't think we could do it. I mean, they want us to wipe off every tube that comes down, don't they, Keith, after it's being used too?
Yeah, they want shared use to be wiped down after.
But it may change in 2 weeks. Maybe the Red Cross and all those other people are going to change. We can't tell you that right now.
I'm sorry, this just seems crazy because the virus has not gone away. Social distancing is probably going to be a thing for a long time because the point is we're trying to minimize the spread. I have a hard time envisioning that all of a sudden in 2 weeks, boom, we can go ahead and just get back to normal and be in close proximity with one another, and we don't have to worry about anyway, I'm sorry. It's just as you all know, you've worked with me long enough. I want to make a decision, not just have this thing keep churning around. But the point is, let's get a motion on the floor and move on, because we got other things to talk about. We got farmers market, we got ice rink, and we got other events too tonight.
Well,
Go ahead, David.
I'm going to move to let us know in a couple of weeks to keep us informed. On Furman, just Furman.
Go second.
Second.
Second by Garten. Discussion. Any more discussion?
I just wonder whether, why we want to wait to make a decision for 2 weeks, because it seems like he could keep his ear to the ground on this. And
yeah, I mean, part of my thinking here is just that we were expecting to hear from the governor today, and we didn't. Things are going to change. We don't know how, and I think we can assume that things are going to change in terms of the regulatory framework within the next couple of weeks. And that's something that might make a difference for our decision-making process.
Right.
Okay. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Those opposed?
no,
Nay.
That was Garten, Martin, Hanson, and Junk said aye. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Betcher and Corriere were nay. Motion carried 4-2. All right, ice rink.
I think we leave this one up to Keith.
is that a motion?
I move that we allow staff discretion to determine when the ice rink opens and in what capacity.
Second.
Thanks.
Discussion. All right, those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed? Carried. All right, let's go on to events, and then we'll close the farmers market. The events would include like 4th of July, art walk. Steve, walk us through which events you're talking
Brian's
about.
got all. Brian, you have those there?
I can look them up. So I understand Memorial Day parade has been canceled at the organizers' initiative. The next event that I believe we have on the books coming up is the 4th of July. And for that, we have the pancake feed that is hosted by the city council, as well as the parade itself, both of which attract pretty substantial crowds. For the remainder of the summer, I believe the only other activity that we have coming up is the Ames Velo races.
With municipal band.
Yeah, and
the Roosevelt concerts in the parks. What else?
We also have Ames on the
Ames
half
on the half shell. Yeah.
The band shell. We have the Ames Triathlon out at Ada Hayden. There are a number of other, smaller events at Ada Hayden, charity runs and races and things. A number of them have already canceled. But those are a few other events that we have within the park system.
So going back to Brian's opening comments, one option would be as a broad brushstroke. It just says, which would be option 1, which would be, this excludes farmers market, but it would be keep the current closures of city, let's see.
Public property.
Yeah, public property. And suspends events on city property until no earlier than September 1.
The other event that I forgot about was the Rummage Rampage, which is several days in July and August.
That's a tough one. It's hard to keep. You've worked there. It's going to be tough to patrol that.
It's really unfortunate that would be one that we've ramped up so much. Well, I didn't mean that as a pun, but that it has been so successful, and now COVID.
Yep,
I agree.
That's true for a lot of things.
Well, how about this? I would move that we discuss the farmers market separately and otherwise approve of staff's decision-making process as lined out in the staff report regarding events on city property.
Based on our conclusions, you're supporting those conclusions?
Yes. Well, the decision-making process and the conclusions that you've given by example, but that could be generalized to other sorts of events that we haven't discussed specifically.
Gotcha, yeah.
I'll second.
Okay, so let's discuss that and what are the implications. So for example, the conclusion, let's just walk through quickly. 4th of July parade and pancake breakfast canceled.
Right.
Rummage Rampage canceled. Block party trailer reservations all canceled or rescinded. What else we got?
We have the Ames Bellow.
Municipal band concert canceled.
Canceled, but maybe we could work with them on doing some virtual kind of performances that we could stream or something. Keith can talk to them about that. We're trying to avoid the large gathering, but maybe there's other ways we can redesign that somehow.
Okay. And then Roosevelt concerts canceled.
Right.
And then Ames Velo, we rescind approval.
Yeah. And then there's a lot of other races we're gonna have to look at too, I guess, and apply the criteria to.
I just want to make sure we go through what the implications are of the motion, so we're all on the same page, and so staff has clarity, and that when council votes on it, they can move forward with confidence that, because there could be some blowback from people on it, but the point is,
It definitely will be.
But the point is that that council's the one that's taking this policy decision.
But am I understanding this correctly, that we're saying until September 1st, but aren't we also giving staff the latitude to apply the criteria?
Going past September 1st?
No, before September 1st. Or are we saying close till September 1st and then we apply the criteria after that?
There's two parts. We've applied the criteria to the ones we told you about.
Mm-hmm.
So you, by this vote, are sanctioning that, you're actually approving that consideration.
Yeah.
For ones that aren't listed there that will come in the future, you're asking us then to apply the criteria and make an administrative decision on it.
Without coming back to council.
Without coming back to council, right?
You're empowered to make those decisions and evaluation the same way you did in the council action form.
That's right.
That's
good. Understand the motion? Any further discussion?
So one other point, there are so many factors to consider. I just want to throw one thing out. There are people who live in Ames and they don't participate in any of this stuff, and it won't make any difference to them at all. But these are events that really define who we are as a community. We gather, we play together, we compete together. And this is going to feel different. And so there are quantitative things that we have, and there are qualitative things. And I don't have any answers here, but I think we need to all drill down and get very creative and understand that there is a cost to our community by this that's different than dollars and cents. And the things that the library's doing, Parks and Rec are doing, I just love these. We just need to do more. And I don't have any suggestions, but by taking these steps, and I'm supportive of these steps, but it's not without cost. And so I know that's sort of an ambiguous thought grenade to throw out, but I think it's worth mulling over that these are really community defining events. You take out Midnight Madness, that's a big event for a ton of people. For some people, could care less. But for a lot of people, it defines our community. So,
well, you're right, there is a law. So don't take this action unless you think the benefit, and the benefit is we're trying to prevent a surge or an outbreak of the virus. If you think that's overstated or it's not going to happen, then it's not worth the loss. The benefits have to exceed the loss. There will be a loss. You have to feel comfortable with what you're doing here.
Yeah, so we're in uncharted territory, and we have to make very difficult decisions with the best information we have at the time. And all the Monday morning quarterbacks will open up their emails tomorrow, and they'll let us have it from both sides, right? That's we're getting in both barrels.
You will get it.
But I think we have to think long term. So one more thing I was going to, since I have the floor, I think that from a posture of a decision-making matrix, we need to take more of a conservative approach because we need to protect this university. If we're sort of focused on the short term and we do anything that jeopardizes the proper reopening of this university, there will be implications that will be far longer than missing a road already. So
is that counter, or is that the counterpoint to what you just shared?
Sure it is. But that's the tension we all live in, John. We have to feel the weight of that tension as we make a good decision. Gosh, all of us have to feel that weight in that pull. But I'm just sharing with you, this is still a company town. And we have businesses, their model, they're okay with doing a summer without students. They can't do a summer and a fall without students. So the implications will be vast. And so we're going to make decisions differently than a Newton or Marshalltown because they have a different dynamic in what we do. And I just think we have to, and John, I thought your point about if we open up and then Des Moines comes in, other communities come in, that's a very, very good point. That balloon squeezing is going to take effect. But anyway, I just want to throw this out about there are these whole different facets. And, now we're starting to get these chain emails, these form emails that are clogging our email boxes for people to think we're actually going to read these things. But that's an expression of the angst that's in the community on both sides. I'm supportive of this motion. We have to protect this university.
Let me just ask one clarification. We didn't talk much about the fireworks. Is that included in that too? It's a little bit different event. It's not our event. It's really not even on our property, but you approve, I think Gloria mentioned it to me, you approved the fireworks permit, so you kind of allow it to happen. We could stay out of it altogether. Oh, go ahead, Brian.
Well, the other aspect of it is that we require by contract with the ACBB that they spend a portion of their hotel motel receipt revenues on the fireworks. And so if it was your intent to not allow the fireworks to proceed because you wouldn't approve the fireworks permit, we would also need to waive that condition of the contract, I think.
And maybe allow them to keep that revenue. They've lost a lot of revenue. They could keep that. Right. So reduce the expenditure for them.
So to clarify, are you asking us to make that separate decision as well, or is that something that staff is comfortable
No, I just
dealing
wanted
with
to
as
make
part
sure.
of the package?
No, was that in the package, the fireworks?
It's part of the package.
You wanted that canceled too then, right?
I think it's part of the package.
Yeah, it is.
That's deferred. It's delegated to you.
Well,
they've already made a decision. They recommend not having it.
Our conclusion was not having it.
Fine.
You're supporting that?
Yeah.
Right,
It
Brian,
sounds like
okay?
ISU supports that too.
Well, we've only had one conversation about it. The hope was that we could reconvene in a couple of weeks with the ACBB and ISU and see if we could come up with a location or a way to do the fireworks that would be safe. But if it's the council's intent to include fireworks as part of this motion, that fireworks would not proceed, then we don't need to go back and try to make something work. It's solved.
Excuse me, David. I was incorrect. The 4th of July parade and pancake breakfast is specified.
Okay.
In the staff report, it says separately, city staff is exploring whether the fireworks can be successfully held and report to city council once more details are known. And I think implicit in that would also be, where do you observe the fireworks? And if Iowa State is uncomfortable, I think it'd be good for staff to talk to Iowa State. If they really don't want people congregating on the parking lots, that's going to push people into parks and even further compress them and cause traffic issues. So I think
let's don't make a decision on that, then we'll come back with you on the 26th with some follow-up on that too. How about that?
Yeah, sure. Fireworks on fireworks and where you could observe them then.
Okay.
And I was just gonna add one more event that we haven't talked about, and Mayor, when you were talking about bringing people in from other communities, Iowa Games has not been mentioned at all. Event. Now, Iowa Games utilizes university property. They also utilize, some city property. They've already canceled their the figure skating event at the ice arena. That's one event that they've canceled. They're hoping to make a decision sometime in mid-June, but I would just want to bring that up, listening to some of the comments here. That's an event that we're going to talk about.
I was worried you're going to cancel Christmas, Keith.
So I think today, the motion implicit in David's, the motion that David made includes staff using the criteria to go through and evaluate it. And if you can accomplish those safeguards, is it allowed under governor's emergency proclamation? How many attendees? How dense? Those kind of criteria. I mean, if we need to be consistent, and staff needs to have confidence we're going to be consistent. But man, I forgot about Iowa Games. But the point is, that's
Special Olympics canceled, didn't they? So they canceled.
They're virtual.
Pardon me?
They're doing virtual Special Olympics games. So you can participate yourself.
So with respect to the Iowa Games, I mean, that's a big deal, obviously. And I think that the motion includes staff's discretion on that, but there's nothing, I mean, if it becomes more complicated than you think, you can always come back to council for advice, right?
That's fine.
Yeah.
It has statewide, there's a lot of organizations involved in this, so we need to talk more about that.
And also, I mean, this isn't really part of the motion, but we are in a changing regulatory environment, and really something crazy happens in 3 weeks about what's legal in Iowa and what isn't, and it requires council to revisit something, then we will have to revisit it. I'm not inviting that. I'm not saying let's look forward to having to make these sorts of decisions over and over again. But I'm just saying that we're saying September 1st now, because let's just assume that things happen the way we imagine they will in the meantime, but who knows?
Right.
Everyone clear on the motion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. That leaves farmers market.
So, can I speak to this?
Absolutely.
So the thing about the farmers market is that the way I understand it, having been designed by the Chamber of Commerce and presented to us, and they presented their plan to us in attachment 5. It's a letter from May 6th, and the way they've presented to us, it's very different than the market has been in the past. It is no longer sort of a spectacle attraction that brings families there for half a day to play with pets and to get their balloons twisted and to, get waffles or whatever they're buying. They have pared it down to what I think of as a way to efficiently move fresh Iowa produce grown by farmers nearby into Ames and area households. And that's all they're doing. They specifically carved out by the governor, and we have to ask, why is this sort of activity allowed, whereas others aren't? Well, some of the constraints coming from the governor are that they use reasonable social distancing. Doesn't say you have to enforce a certain kind of distance between people. You have to use reasonable social distancing. Masks are recommended. And, so what they've presented to us tracks that pretty closely. And so the reason that I'm thinking about this event differently as the others has as much to do with the benefits to the community of it as what I see as an inherently small risk profile for this sort of activity. Because I've looked, if you look in the literature to try to find examples of contamination spreading events that happen outside that are anything like this, I'm coming up empty. I'm just a council member. I'm not an expert in all this stuff, but I'm just like, I'm struck by how little evidence there is that people showing up, some of them wearing masks, mostly adults. I mean, some kids will tag along, but the kid attractions as such aren't really there anymore. So mostly adults going slowly from table to table, buying some things just like they would in a grocery store. They might have some conversations with friends. Yeah, that's going to happen. But it's, you know, that is not the sort of risky contact and super spreading events that we're seeing. It's not meat packing all day. It's not even working in an office together for several hours. These are fleeting events. Personnel change frequently. There's just no sustained activity. There might be a cough, there might be a sneeze, that can happen, you know, but it's outside, and some people will be wearing masks. So I think that just intrinsically, the risk profile of this event is much smaller than everything else we've been discussing. And it does have a community positive aspect to it, just in terms of the nutrition, in terms of people being used to doing it, using the local food to good use. But it's still going to feel different. It's going to look clinical. It's going to, you know, it's going to feel a little icky, I think, but it will be a way for people to get their food. And this is why I would also advocate gently rejecting the suggestion to add food carts and on-site prepared food there, because that makes it more of an attraction. I think it's fine to get tomatoes into people's homes. I think that's actually quite wonderful. And I think it's great to have another venue where people can use SNAP benefits, where they can use double up food bucks. You know, you get up to $10 added to your produce purchase. Okay, so I've said a lot. I think that this is worth considering for those reasons, and because I just think it's a different type of risk than other sorts of events.
Other comments?
I think David was brilliant what he said. I want to add to this. There have been a number of comments comparing farmers market to other grocery stores, and that appeals to me. This idea of equal protection. We treat like things the same way, and so. But I think one of the things that really resonated with me, what David said. I think of a farmer's market not as an opportunity to buy produce, although I will buy produce there. For me, it's totally a social event. It's a community event. And I will spend hours there on how do you ever miss a farmer's market? Because I connect with people. And so I think David made a very good point. This is not going to be what we think of as farmer's market. Are you ready for a motion on this, John? Maybe we should just roll. I thought David was brilliant on this. Do you want more discussion?
I think Rachel and Amber unmuting, so you guys have something you want to add before you do a motion?
I was just going to add that in addition to the food trucks, I think if we're not allowing food samples, we should not be allowing wine or alcohol samples.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I was going to bring up too. Yeah.
I would agree with that too.
All right. Motion? Is there a motion?
Tim, were you going to, or?
Go ahead.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm happy to. I would move to approve the downtown farmers market contingent on following the COVID-19 guidelines stated in their May 6th, 2020 letter, which is attachment 5, with no food trucks, no food prepared on site, hot or cold, no alcohol or wine tasting.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, discussion?
So, something came through my mind there when you made this motion, David. And now it's escaped me. Was it quite? Sorry, I was up all night grading things. The qualification that they put their plan in action for social distancing, whatever that we have seen. Is it also then possible that continuation of the market is contingent on the city determining whether it becomes a health risk?
I would say that not in my motion, but I would expect, first of all, the city of Ames is not going to enforce your guidelines and safety procedures. We're just not going to do that. Okay, it's up to you to do what you said you're going to do, and therefore the city reserves the right to rescind the permit. Period.
Okay, as long as that's implicit in that motion.
Yeah, I mean, does it need to be part of the motion, or is it?
I don't know. Is it clear that that's always the case, that the city has that right, Steve?
I think it'd be good to put them on notice conditionally that that's their responsibility, because in their letters, they assume they're asking you for help to enforce it. So you're putting it in front of them. By the way, somebody mentioned or requested interpretation from the city attorney on if we delegate or we give land to this entity to operate an event, whose responsibility is to enforce it. So Mark's did some research on that, and he's ready to opine on it.
Yeah, and you know, if the city's giving them the permission to use the streets and the sidewalks for the farmers market, that's just that doesn't. Well, let me put it this way: it doesn't mean that we have the responsibility of enforcing all these rules too. That and I think by the governor's proclamation and the guidelines that the Department of Agriculture and other agencies put together for farmers markets, it's clear that they're expecting the farmers markets to enforce these guidelines and not for the local city officials.
Well, I was going to ask the question earlier today, and I think the issue is, how are we going to respond when we get emails from people saying the farmers market is now open, but people aren't social distancing or they're not wearing masks or whatever? And the point is, and that's the Gloria's point, or Tim's point, how are we going to make sure, when do we step in, or when is the city expected to step in and say the permit gets removed or permission gets removed because you're not doing it? I mean, it's just like we have to, because you know it's going to happen. We're already getting people on private property. They're sending emails saying they're not social distancing at XYZ store or XYZ, big box store. And why can't you require them or recommend that they, wear a mask for sake of discussion? So I just think that it needs to be made very clear who's responsible. And so we can respond and just say is, Mark, maybe you can issue, a very brief written description that we could pass on. He'll say, look, this is our ruling. This is what we got from, feedback from the governor, from our attorney, so that we can make it very clear to everybody that contacts council and or also to the farmers market.
Yeah, sure. And, ultimately the city can simply, withdraw the permission and cancel the event if they don't follow the various guidelines.
So I'm happy to amend my own motion along these lines. Is that a good idea? Okay. So I would move to amend the motion to clarify that the city of Ames will not enforce the farmers market's safety guidelines and practices, and yet the city reserves the right to rescind the permit.
Who made this? Who seconded the motion? Did you, Brahman? Are you agreeable to that?
Yeah.
Okay. Further discussion? All right, we're gonna vote on the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Any opposed? Carried. All right, everyone understand the motion as amended? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Steve, is there anything else that you want us to pick up or clean up regarding this topic for this evening? Anything we missed?
I don't think so. Brian, we get it all?
So, two quick things. I think it's really important that we made these votes unanimously tonight, but most of them. And I think that's really important. It sends something to the community. There are some votes that really doesn't matter if we're unanimous on, but I thought these key votes tonight, I appreciate working through and finding consensus and voting unanimously. Second thing I want to throw out, we've taken away a lot tonight. And I don't have a motion ready in the barrel because this is sort of coming on sort of organically. But I want to figure out what we add. And I don't know where this is going, but I'm going to come back later with a more thoughtful motion. I think we should reach out to our arts communities, our Parks and Rec library are already sort of leading the way on this. But I honestly believe this is not Ankeny. No offense to Ankeny, but we're not like other communities that you just show up and you go to bed and you get up in the morning. This town has community all over. That's what makes Ames Ames. So if we're going to take this stuff away, can we figure out creative ways to bring community in a novel way during this time of the virus? I don't know what that looks like. I'm not that creative, but I think this is the time, we want our arts community to be vested. I think we should lean on these guys and figure out how to make this happen. So I'll throw this out. We can mull it over, but I'm going to come back at some point with a motion. We've got to add something back in at the same time we're taking stuff away.
Thank you, Tim. I like that.
What's that?
I was just thanking Tim.
Well, I think no one asked for this to occur. And I believe that we have a responsibility to protect the safety, and I think we all do, the safety and the health of our community. And I don't view it as taking things away as much as making decisions to lead the community to say is that this is serious. We take it seriously. And Tim, back to your opening comments and Brian's comments. We are a company town and we need to do everything we possibly can, because if the university is not successful, we talked about this before over and over again. If the university is not successful, Ames is not successful, and vice versa. And if there was a vaccine or we had some kind of a pill we could take to try and take care of this, it'd be a different discussion. But the point is, and no one can really point me to, this is exactly how in a pool or a pool area, you can definitely keep people safe. No one's there yet. The virus is still fresh and new. So I appreciate the fact that we want to enrich people's lives, through community. But I would prefer not to say we're taking things away. It's just more or less we're making decisions that the parks aren't closed.
Right.
And you can still socialize, and we're not touching anything in terms of businesses. And we want to encourage people to get together within social distancing, guidelines from the governor, from CDC, from Iowa Public Health.
I think that's important.
I would advocate for a positive attitude. We're doing this as precautions in an effort to minimize the risk to our school system and to our university, and maybe to just come back and say, what are creative things we can do within these confines to really continue to build a community and look to a brighter tomorrow. So anyway, Steve, you gonna say something?
Well, I think so. We have to articulate this right. I don't think we're taking anything away. We have nothing now. This country has been locked down. It's about to open up. So I don't know how many months it's been now. We've been locked in our homes for 3 months now, 4 months. So all we're doing is a phased opening. I hope we open up businesses. I hope that we can get back together with my friends and neighbors. It will slowly open up. All you're doing is phasing this in and saying it's the large gatherings we're not allowing right away. So even when we're talking about September, that's 3 months.
Yeah.
We're coming from nothing. This society will open up, but it's going to open up slowly. And you're always doing it for the health of this city, which is very important. So I don't know if we're taking anything away. They don't have it now. And if we have a resurgence or a surge, we'll lock down again for another 6 months. It'll be worse. So I'd rather think of all the things we are going to be able to do when the governor opens it up. Things we can't do now, which people will be very glad to start doing, I think, getting back to the businesses and socializing. So if they can just be patient with us, just be patient for this phase opening of society, of this community, I think in the long run, we're all going to benefit.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna move on. Item 34. Entertain a motion on second passage of ordinance relating to industrial use parking requirements.
Move on second.
Second.
All right, moved by Corriere, second by Brown. Roll call, please.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Phoebe Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Young.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, moving on to disposition of communications to the council. There are 6 items. Item 1 from Cinemark, notification, temporary facility closing and employment separation. I would see this as basically for council's information, no action necessary. Item 2, memo from Dwayne Pitcher, City Finance Director, and Roger Weisskopf regarding socially responsible investing.
This was a request out of your goal setting session, I think it was. And we provided that to you, so it's up to you what you want to do with it. It's for information purposes.
I think it's sad, but understandable. I'm glad to have had this communicated to us.
Okay.
Just not the content, but I understand what they're saying.
Okay. Item 3, I want to clarify on what was sent out as a summary for the, this is a letter from Real Estate Council for Winfield Solutions. They have graciously and generously offered to allow people to come to their parking lot and utilize wireless internet. It's up to them to decide how they want to publicize that. And it's more or less just information for council. It was in the memo that we got, it said that it was intent to provide internet service to the Ames community. Well, that is not, they're not going to start up an internet company. It's more or less, they're talking about, they're going to allow people to come and use their wireless for telemedicine, or if you don't have access to that in home. So,
right.
I would just add that the Ames Community School District is maintaining a list of publicly accessible Wi-Fi spots. And so consult that list. It includes some City of Ames facilities like the Furman parking lot and the parking lot near the public library.
Right. I think also Iowa State's doing some of that too, aren't they?
Yes, I think that's right.
Yeah.
Jack Trice Stadium parking lots.
Right,
Yep.
Correct.
Okay, item 4, memo from Mark about changing the name for the ISU student government.
Yeah, we just have an old name there, and they've changed their name a couple years ago. We've never changed the code, and just discovered that this week. So I'd like to be able to fix that.
So Mark, can the council just authorize you to go ahead and proceed with that, or we need a?
I think with a motion.
Yeah. Is there a motion also that?
I move that we authorize staff to make the change from government of the student body to Iowa State student government.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Item 5, from time to time we get someone asking me to sign on behalf of the city or as mayor to different letters. I bring this to council, not I think that I believe the council would support clean energy, but the point is, do you just start opening up and start all of a sudden, every time something comes through, you got to come back to council? I don't want to go off on my own, as mayor and start, supporting something. But if I may just make a suggestion that this would be potentially declined on a matter of principle, that we just don't want to get into a situation. You individually as an individual, not as a council person, wanted to support that, it'd be one thing, but that's my feelings, but I'm open for discussion and direction.
Well, of course, sometimes council members will bring things to council that we feel strongly about and are looking for support for, but this is, and I like the idea of this one, but I think we would have to put it on an agenda to discuss it, and so I agree that we should pass on this one.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Move to pass.
All right. Second, is there a second?
Second.
Corey seconded. Those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Carried. And the last one is just a memo from Brian on the Metro Fiber Net, which is actually a dead issue now. So.
Well, it wasn't just a memo; it was a very fine memo. But
it was an excellent memo, Brian. I think I'm not sure.
So concise.
I just can't believe how good it was. It's like, yeah, easy to read. All right, council comments.
Well, some of them are 75 pages and some of them are a page and a half.
All right. Nicole, you sat here for 4 hours and 10 minutes, biding your time.
Welcome to council.
Welcome to council.
This is a short meeting, Nicole. Normally this is longer.
Welcome to our world. We're glad you're on board, and tell us about yourself.
So I was just chosen like 2 weeks ago for this position. I'm a senior, or I will be a senior at Iowa State this fall in elementary education. And I'm also the vice president of the Democrats at Iowa State and the philanthropy chair for the Honors Student Board at Iowa State. And I'm really looking forward to working with everyone here and focusing on like rental issues and student housing issues.
And you and I talked yesterday afternoon. Why did you decide that you wanted to throw your hat in the ring and get punished? Enjoy working with council like this?
I just love government and politics and working with other people in my community. So this seemed like a really good fit for that.
And this is not your first council meeting, you said?
No, I've been to quite a few before. Just not the entire meeting.
That's cheating.
And did you say you're minoring in political science? Is that correct or not?
No, so I have my major is elementary education, and then I'm minoring in women's and gender studies.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. Very good. Do you have anything else you want to add this evening to before we move on to somebody else?
Nope, that's all.
All right. We're so glad you're on board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bronwyn, how about you? Anything tonight?
No, nothing for me. Thanks.
All right. Tim?
Nothing tonight. Thank you.
David?
Welcome, Nicole. That's all.
Rachel?
Yeah, welcome Nicole and nothing else.
Amber?
Nothing.
And Gloria?
Okay, so I'll suck up the air here. Welcome, Nicole. And tomorrow morning, I have an ACVB exec meeting with the Central Iowa Sports Authority Board. So we may learn some more about what's actually going to be happening with ACVB events going forward. I know they're still kind of in flux, obviously. I sent you all an email about the NLC Cities Are Essential messaging. So since we just voted to do individual advocacy, if we choose to do that, I would encourage you to check out that the census campaign that the University Communities Council is working on is probably going to be piggybacked on that Cities Are Essential NLC advocacy. So please check that email I sent you and take a look and see whether you want to sign on and support. There was a Forbes article that came out today about college town gown relationships, and Ames is featured prominently in there. So I got interviewed for that article and said good things about how strong our relationship is. So we will probably have opportunities for more of that kind of college town messaging because of this advocacy that I'm working on right now with UCC. And a final thought, I think we all actually got an email from Barb Wheelock about messaging and whether we want to have some sort of consistent messaging from council that might be prominently displayed in the downtown area or parks or wherever that has a consistent message about things like social distancing or wearing masks, since we aren't mandating any of those things. And it seemed to me that that might be a discussion worth having, especially now if we're going to give the farmers market a try. It might be worth having a discussion about whether we have some sort of messaging posted so that people see what the council values. So I guess I would move that we have a discussion on our next agenda about consistent COVID-19 messaging from the council.
Is there a second? Hearing none.
See, nobody's interested. Okay, so we'll be inconsistent. I do like the fact that Bronwyn's photo in our Zoom meetings has her wearing a mask, and I think that that's an interesting idea if you feel so moved to do that kind of thing. And that's all I've got tonight.
Okay. I'm not sure I would say that we're not interested in consistent messaging by the absence of the motion going through. I think it's more or less a matter of what role do we play in doing that. So anyway, just a quick update. Steve and I have been talking about this, and I've been in contact with Senator Joni Ernst's district representative, and the Iowa League of Cities has a conference call tomorrow at 11 o'clock set up with her, with a bunch of mayors are going to be on it, and talking about or trying to get some feedback in terms of what kind of financial help might be coming to municipalities. As you're probably aware, the federal government went ahead and distributed a bunch of money to cities of 500,000 and larger, and no city in Iowa even met that criteria. So we're trying to get, for COVID-related expenses that have adversely affected our community. So we're going to be pursuing after that. And I just want to express my appreciation to all council members. I know you guys have had a lot of things you've worked through, and even our discussion tonight. I mean, the ability to be open and forthright. I think we've come along. I think we're doing a good job of just being straightforward with one another. And I know that everyone has the same passion, that is doing what's best for the Ames community and protecting the welfare. And Tim, my comments regarding not taking anything away. I get that. I mean, and it is hard. It's really hard to think about not being able to do certain things because of vibrancy of the community. But to be conservative in our approach and to be putting our best foot forward for the university and for our school system, I think is really critical. So anyway, with that said, we have a workshop next week that will be reconvening. So we will see you next week and entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move we adjourn.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Have a good